Commissioners, members of the public, I'm going to convene the special meeting to order and conduct roll call. All right, Commissioner Andrades.
Present.
Commissioner Field is absent. Commissioner Fuentes.
Present.
Commissioner Levine.
Present.
Commissioner Lewis.
Present.
Commissioner Mack.
Present.
Commissioner Mesa is present. Commissioner Murray is on her way. Commissioner Sanchez is absent. Commissioner Stein.
Present.
Commissioner Thomas.
Present.
Commissioner Yap is absent. Thank you, commissioners. I'm going to move ex parte communication to the first item of our agenda. For the benefit of the public and the reminder of the commissioners, I'm going to read the motion that was approved by the commission, just so everyone understands what we're doing here. An ex parte communication is a communication between any member of the Los Angeles Charter Reform Commission and any elected city officer or a member of any elected city officer staff regarding a matter pending before the commission. An ex parte communication does not include any communication that takes place on the record during an official public meeting. The requirements of this section do not apply to a communication between a commission member and a member of the city attorney's office providing legal counsel. A commissioner shall disclose any ex parte communication at the next commission meeting following the communication. Any off-the-record communications that take place during an official public meeting shall be disclosed before the adjournment of the meeting. Disclosure shall include the time and date of the communication, the form of the communication, the approximate duration of the communication if applicable, the identity of the persons who participated in the communication, and a summary of the content of the communication. The summary shall include a general description of the types of charter reforms communicated. Commission members or commission staff may ask a commission member to resubmit communication disclosures that are not sufficiently detailed. The Charter Reform Commission staff shall maintain a public database on the Charter Reform Commission website where a log of ex parte communications can be found. The Charter staff shall update this log within 72 hours of an ex parte communication disclosure. We will have an update on that in the Executive Director's report. Failure to comply with the requirements of this section shall subject the commission member to a potential censure by the commission, and the commission may resolve to recommend the appropriate appointing authority initiate removal of the commission member. A violation of this section shall not render any action of the commission or commission member invalid. This section shall only apply to communications occurring after January 21st, 2026. I'm just going to go around the dais and ask any commissioners if they have any ex parte communications to disclose. Commissioner Thomas.
Of course not.
Commissioner Fuentes.
No.
Commissioner Mack.
No.
Commissioner Levine.
No.
Commissioner Mesa does not. Commissioner Stein.
None.
Commissioner Andrades.
None.
Commissioner Lewis.
Nope.
All right, thank you, commissioners, and we will ask other commissioners as they arrive. Okay, next item we are going to move to is to public comment. I will hand it over to the Executive Director to administer public comment.
Sure. Yes. All right. Max is going to step in. We're going to do, hey folks, we're going to do in-person public comment first, and we are going to do then followed up by virtual. Mr. Chair, we have approximately 40 people signed up for in-person, FYI. The agenda is two items. So 2 items plus general public comment is, if the chair wishes, is 3 minutes total.
3 minutes total, and we'll follow with the expiration.
Max is going to sign.
As we get set up, is it possible for us to try to make the volume higher? It is a little bit tough, as I think as we're speaking into the mics, it is a little muffled, so if there's any way, it would be great. Thank you.
All right, our first 3 speakers are...
Max, we're gonna, so that we can get as much public comment in as possible, as many people to participate within the allotted amount of time, 1 minute and 30 seconds for public comment per speaker, please.
Okay.
And if we do not have, if we do not exhaust 30 minutes of virtual public comment, we'll go back for a second pass in the room.
So 1:30.
Yes.
So our first three speakers, if you could please walk up to the table here, is Gwendolyn Henry, Kay Hartman, and Heath Clino.
Test. Test. Can you hear?
And you have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Ready?
All right. My name is Gwendolyn Henry. I just came from downstairs, third floor. I am a member of the Community Forestry Advisory Committee. I represent CD 15. That is Watts, San Pedro, Wilmington, and Harbor Gateway North and South. This area has 5% of tree canopy. We are the poorest district in trees. So the Community Forestry Advisory Committee is important to me. And from what I understand, the CFAC has provided a document with recommendations for all of you to review. And from what I understand, this is not going to be utilized. We meet and we partner up with Public Works, with the Office of Forest Management, and numerous, city streets. We provide recommendations and we provide advocacy for a multitude of groups. And streamlining it is critical. And the things that we had recommended are doable. They actually will benefit and streamline multiple agencies who all do the same thing. And I plead with you to reconsider the idea of not looking at and seriously reviewing this, because there were many
That's time.
hours. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, 1 second. All right, please start.
Hi, Kay Hartman from La Palms Neighborhood Council, speaking for myself. I just want to say shame on the Ad Hoc Committee. Shame for taking direction from some undocumented source, as we see from the pages posted on Unrig LA. It can't possibly be a coincidence that the 3 pages with marching orders for Commissioners Meza, Murray, and Stein were independently generated, given that each provides direction for a different commissioner in the exact same font and format. If this commission hadn't been so resistant to declaring its ex parte communications, we would have more insight, but they weren't and we don't. Shame on you for disposing the length recommendations. Did you even read them? Is it really possible that we didn't have one good idea you could use? In fact, 2 of the ideas in our presentation, recommended by the Neighborhood Council budget advocates, including a 2-year budget that the budget advocates have recommended since 2012, and a 5-year capital improvement plan,
30 seconds.
appear to be favored by the controller, according to his report in Council File 26-0135. So maybe we'd have more if you care to take a look, or maybe you're lying to the controller, or maybe the controller is misunderstanding what you're saying. It's all equally likely. We urge you to immediately dissolve the tainted Ad Hoc Committee and review each of the recommendations for inclusion. Link did part of our job.
That's time.
Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Heath Klein, a 25-year veteran of the NC system. I want to remind you why neighborhood councils exist. We exist because the San Fernando Valley nearly ripped itself out of the city. In 2002, a majority of the valley, 50.7%, voted to leave Los Angeles. The city survived by just 4 points citywide. It survived only because it made a promise. We will give you a voice. The promise was charter reform. The promise was neighborhood councils. Last week, your ad hoc committee insultingly disposed of every single reform from Lank. representing every neighborhood council in the city, thousands of volunteer hours across the NC system, CISs, public comments, all of it
30 seconds.
disposed. Valley secession is not ancient history. The frustration persists. Why be dismissive of the only democratic voice that Angelenos have? Why reignite the fight that tore the city apart? Vacate the Ad Hoc Committee's blanket recommendations. Dissolve the Ad Hoc. Give our proposals fair consideration before the full commission. Avinu Makenu, Shema Kelienu, our Father, our King, hear our voice.
That's time.
Else, John 11:35.
Can we have the next 3 speakers come up? Connor Evans, Paul Yoder, and Jamie York. And Jamie, we're gonna do the CISs after public comment. Oh, you can start.
Hello, thank you for your service. My name is Connor Evans. I'm a homeowner in District 11. I work as a data scientist and I serve as a deacon at a multi-ethnic church in District 5. I'm here because representation is a matter of governability. When Angelenos don't see themselves reflected in City Hall, they disengage or work against the system. To govern LA, we need an electoral system that translates our vast diversity into proper representation. Single winner districts, whether elected by our current system or by ranked choice voting, have a fundamental structural limitation. Only one group in each district can be represented. Everyone else is excluded. This is why we need multi-member districts. To demonstrate this, I've analyzed data on the racial makeup of eligible voters and used voters' race as a data-grounded stand-in for actual voter preference. This allows us to evaluate how effectively different systems translate voter preference into representation. This also lets us explicitly show the demographic representation produced by each system, which I know the commissioners care about. The results are clear. Under single winner ranked choice voting, only 55% of voters end up with a representative matching their proxy preference. You might think that by simply adding more seats, this would fix. But even if we gave representatives to all 2,675 precincts, representation would still stall at just 63%. This is a single winner ceiling. A winner-take-all structure definitionally excludes the minorities of every district, no matter how small you draw the lines. To break the ceiling, we must move to multi-member districts. By adopting my recommendation of 5 districts with 5 members each, representation doesn't just improve, it reaches 91%. And this is not one group getting at another's expense. Under proportional ranked choice voting, every demographic gains representation simultaneously. Moving from how individual voters would experience these systems to their effect on citywide representation.
That's time.
Look at the chart on the bottom left.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Paul Yoder. I am also a deacon at said church. I'd like to continue this point. So I'm so sorry. I don't know.
Oh, that mic sucks.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Sorry. If one that sucks.
I will use the one that does not suck.
Keyboard is
Yes. Yes.
Of course.
Yeah. Thank you.
That mic sucks.
Yeah. So referring to the sheets that were just passed along. So we're going to actually move on from how individual voters would experience these systems to their effect on citywide representation. If you look at the chart on the bottom left, this will show that the actual racial makeup of our city and the demographic representation produced by each system. You can see the single winner RCV performs actually pretty poorly there, failing to represent Asian or Black voices. PRCV 3 does much better with the same number of representatives, but it's still a bit off. So PRCV 5, with 25 representatives, would produce a near perfect match to our city. Also, unlike single-member districts, PRCV 5 breaks the tools of gerrymandering. Because the threshold to win a seat is only 17%, it's also almost impossible to draw lines that crack or pack or move out of existence. This isn't just about race, it's by any preference. Whether it's renters' rights or transit, PRCV 5 ensures that if 20% of the district shares a priority, they get 20% of the representation. I believe that if you recommend proportional RCV with 5 districts of 5, you would give 9 out of 10 Angelenos a reason to believe the system works.
And that's 10.
Just want to note for the minutes that Commissioner Murray has recommended. Commissioner Murray, do you have any ex parte disclosures?
No, none.
Thank you.
Does this one work? Okay. Ready?
Yes.
Speaking as an individual. So many things to be mad about. We definitely need ex parte disclosure after this weekend, and what you guys did to Lank was reprehensible. But the thing that I want to talk about is the thing that is personally haunting me. To see you kick the can on police reform is so disgusting. You seem to think that it's consequenceless, but it represents the pernicious violence of institutional harm that goes unchallenged. So I hope to humanize it with an account of a real case in the city, in the courts right now. There was an LAPD cop, Gabriel Espadas, who arrested a woman on a 5150 hold. The day after her release from that mental hospitalization, he used her private contact details to arrange to rape her. The Epstein files are in the news. We have the Epstein files here, now. He raped her in every way a woman can be raped. He attempted to convince a mentally ill woman to engage in acts of bestiality. It sounds unbelievable, but the evidence is far worse. And what happened when she was brave enough to report him? He resigned in lieu of punishment. No decertification, no charges, swept under a rug, kicked the can down the road. And what did he do with that lack of accountability? He hurt other women. He waged a reign of terror using burner phones to harass women in his life who had no idea it was him. And they only realized it when the case became publicized by activists and they put the piece together. So I want to connect for you that your actions, made in the comfort of committee chambers, have real world consequences.
Can we have the next three speakers, please? Carolina Williams, Ross Weisstrafer, and Tareen Spittle.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Carolina Goodman, League of Women Voters of Greater Los Angeles. Jamie, thank you. First, I want to thank all of you for implementing ex parte communications for commissioners. The same rules should apply to staff. The Ad Hoc Committee has done their pruning. It's now time for the full commission to focus on streamlining. We were surprised to see Saturday's meeting was changed from a commission meeting to an Ad Hoc Committee meeting. That seems to be a waste of time. We recognize that a very short time frame and limited resources, you have been given the Herculean task of identifying priorities for charter reform. Do not let the weight of this responsibility incapacitate you. I'm talking specifically about policing reform. Everyone, including our mayor, city council, inspector general, police commissioners, police chief, and the residents of Los Angeles, makes public safety as one of our top priorities. 13 reform recommendations appear in the staff report. Some of these recommendations do not require more research. For example, border rights improvements, crime reduction by restructuring police budget, unarmed crisis response, and diverting funds to poverty reduction. Please take the time to discuss the 13 recommendations. Give each a vote to determine which ones to include in your final report to the City Council by April 2. Thank you.
Hi there, Commissioners. Ross Weisstrafer, volunteer at Fair LA. And a wise woman once said on Monday that the measure of a city and of a person is who you lift up along the way. Our electeds have explicitly asked you to lift up our neighborhood councils. On July 30th, neighborhood councils were the very first item that Mayor Bass said you should be looking at, and it's what she promised to every neighborhood council at her keynote address at the 2024 Congress of Neighborhoods. Because standing up for our people is not just about words, it's about action. It's about confronting the challenges that shape daily life for millions of Angelenos. So let's confront the real challenge we're facing on LAPD accountability. I'm not here to just get what I want. I'm in coalition with all Angelenos who want and demand successful charter reform. This commission's care to ensure that groups like the Police Protective League do not send reform down in flames is understandable. But we should confront that challenge together. Name the challenge. Tell the public and electeds what help you need to address it. Tell council when reforms must be separate measures to earn your recommendation. And I know the vulnerability it takes to share your motives and share your emotions can be challenging. But like our leaders, I've always believed that Los Angeles can move faster than bureaucracy, care deeper than politics, think bigger than the limits we've been told to accept. I believe that more fiercely now than ever. But I question whether this commission does so as well.
Good evening, Tareen Spittle, League of Women Voters, but speaking today as an individual. First, I want to second everything that Caroline and Ross have said. Many of the Public comments I've heard during these meetings have emphasized the need for better access and accountability from government officials. Along with City Council expansion, empowered neighborhood councils are a potential path to this goal. Neighborhood councils have submitted written statements outlining strong reforms, including the need for clear authority, dependable support, and adequate and consistent funding. They ask for timely notice of city decisions that impact their communities, and for the authority to take official positions on county, state, and federal legislation affecting their communities. Los Angeles is a huge and diverse city, and we need an effective conduit between city government and local stakeholders, one that lives in and knows the needs of their constituents. Empowered neighborhood councils could provide that. Thank you.
All right, next three speakers, we have Nicholas Caputo, Amina Majid, and Brian Villarreal.
I'll take the maximum of time allowed.
Minute 30, you can start.
Okay. Well, usually when I talk to you guys, I usually have a written out statement and a prepared one. But this time I'll rather speak off the cuff because in addition to the specific issues which you talked about ad nauseum, like the ability to expand city council, have personnel and hiring reforms, as well as transparency in terms of maximum ability to audit, as well as police reform, I'll speak on a few umbrella things, and that is to honestly and openly be unafraid to suggest and recommend the solutions that would actually solve the problems that we see in the city of Los Angeles. Privately, off the record, I've not violation of Brown Act, I've heard several commissioners worry that specific unions or specific organized groups will spend a lot of money to try to defeat charter reform measures if they contain controversial or quote-unquote controversial things like police reform. That is council's job to decide what goes into a ballot measure, or if it should even be one ballot measure. But one of the reasons we are here is to facilitate an increase in trust in the people in the city of Los Angeles. And that includes police reform, that includes allowing the controller to have full ability to audit, that includes giving us more representation so that the people that are sitting here have a reasonable shot to contribute to the city of Los Angeles in either an elected or appointed role in a city that more supports them and hires them.
That's time.
Be unafraid to take the changes that would actually solve the problem, not just what would barely get passed. Thank you.
All right. Mina is next.
Good evening, committee members. My name's Amina.
Can you speak closer into the...
Can you hear me now? Okay. Good evening, committee members. My name's Amina Majid, and I'm the Vice President of Pierce Democrats. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Los Angeles is one of the most diverse cities in the country, but our elections don't always reflect that diversity of voices. Too often, candidates win with a small share of the vote, and many residents feel forced to choose between lesser of two evils instead of the candidate they truly support. Ranked choice voting offers a better way. With ranked choice voting, voters can rank candidates in order of preference. This encourages positive campaigning, reduces vote splitting, and ensures winners reflect the will of most voters, not just the loudest or the best funded few. Cities like San Francisco, Oakland, and San Diego already use ranked choice voting successfully. Voters understand it, turnout improves, and elections are more representative and cost-effective. Los Angeles should lead, not lag, when it comes to strengthening the democracy. Ranked choice voting gives voters more voice, more choice, and more confidence in our elections.
30 seconds.
I urge the committee to support exploring and implementing ranked choice voting for our city. Thank you for your time and your service. Thank you.
Go for it.
Hello again, my name is Brian Villarreal, President of the Pierce Democrats. First and foremost, I want to thank you for the time, consideration, and effort you have devoted to engaging with us and our movement. Thank you for bringing RCV forward, and that willingness to listen truly matters to the young voters I represent. I speak on behalf of a large group of young Angelinos who feel ready to move past this divisive politics on display today. We believe there is a remedy, and I only ask that you consider it, openly and fully. PRCV is a remedy for divisive politics. In that spirit, I strongly urge the committee to revisit its approach to PRCV. It felt rushed and not afforded the full consideration it deserves. I respectfully request a thorough deliberation on PRCV and its nuances so that all perspectives are clearly understood. As a young Angelino myself, these are changes I deeply care about, changes I'm willing to commit real time and effort to. I have a final due tonight at midnight, yet I studied yesterday to be present here today, making a 45-minute drive because ensuring our ideas are heard and understood matters to me. Thank you.
All right, next three we have Alex Freeman, James Moore, and Sharon May King.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Alex Freeman. I'm a resident of the greater LA area. I wanted to speak today in favor of ranked choice voting and also proportional ranked choice voting, PRCV. Especially because I suppose I was at the January 17th Ad Hoc Committee meeting. I'm afraid I didn't make it to the January 31st one, so if my information is outdated, let me know. Good to know, thank you.
Take your time.
I noticed that I guess I felt as if the proportional ranked choice voting was brought up at the first Ad Hoc Committee meeting with ultimately voted in favor of advancing it, and then ultimately that getting rolled back with a kind of lack of discussion. For whatever reason, it appeared as if the idea of 25 city council seats was kind of rejected without any discussion. There were arguments for it, and no real arguments against it, and yet it was declined in favor of 23 seats, and therefore PRCV went out with 30 seconds. So I would just hope that all of you would like to take another look at that and to properly discuss and compare PRCV with standard ranked choice voting with our current system and just give it the proper deliberation it deserves. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sharon May King. I'm a member leader of the Los Angeles Black Workers Center. I want to talk about public safety in plain terms. Jobs are about public safety strategy. When people can access employment, live in wages, and benefit, you improve public safety. You reduce evictions, you reduce desperation, you reduce the conditions that make harm more likely. But when the city keeps entire communities locked out of civil service opportunities, it creates our current crisis. Billions of dollars wasted on policing the poor. This approach is backwards. Charter reform is a chance to invest upstream, modernize testing and hiring qualified working people who can actually get in. Codify a workplace equity clause so departments are accountable for Black hiring and retention, and build a public sector pipeline to permanent jobs so opportunities isn't temporary. And let's be honest, capitalism produces secrecy and then uses racism to justify who gets left out. That division is profitable, but it's deadly for working people. Public safety isn't enforcement, it's stability. It's a city where working people can breed. A better Los Angeles is possible, but only if we build together. Thank you.
Honored commissioners and staff, I wanted to uplift a specific motion that was presented in the Ad Hoc Commission with regards to police reform, which was to consider all of the reforms line by line. That motion deadlocked at 3-3. It is a margin that suggests the full commission is worthy of hearing this. In addition, I would like to speak specifically to some of the arguments that I heard against police reform in general. Arguments that I believe are reasonable, understandable concerns, but I do think are flawed in terms of the duty of the commission specifically. The major arguments that were advanced in the ad hoc for not considering are first, around questions around legality and feasibility. Those are questions for staff and the city attorney. Second, that the commission's expertise in this matter was lacking. Of course, that is always a concern, but that's why we have community organizations that I'm proud to be a part of who are here to advocate and uplift expertise and lend their voices to the reforms. And finally, that they may be politically unpalatable. Again, very understandable, good concern, but as Nick said, that's the job of city council. The Commission is tasked in practical terms with collecting, organizing, and advocating forward the reforms that have been brought forward by the people. It is existentially also tasked with restoring the faith of the people in a city government that they can believe serves them. I'm not arguing we shouldn't parallel path a Christopher Commission-style report. I am saying it is going to take years at a minimum, and if you think about the last 6 months and you imagine that over 2 years, imagine what that does to the fabric and faith we have in this city. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your time.
All right, next three is Samuel Rice, Marcela Miranda, and Jehoan Espinoza. Start when you're ready.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Samuel Rice. I'm a member leader at the Los Angeles Black Workers Center. Throughout this process, we've heard a lot about constraints, budget constraints, staffing constraints, capacity constraints. But scarcity in Los Angeles is not a fact, it's a story. And that story always gets used to delay equitable policies while the city continues finding money for everything else. We need a charter that addresses the real problem in civil service system. Not a lack of talent, but systems that block working people from stable public jobs. It's time to modernize testing and codify a workforce equity clause, and build a public sector pipeline that leads to permanent jobs, not endless temporary work. Racism is not separate from economics here. It's produced when a system needs low wages, instability, and someone to blame.
30 seconds.
That's capitalism doing what it does, dividing workers and protecting wealth. You have a chance to choose solidarity over scarcity, structure over slogans. A better Los Angeles is possible, but only if we build it together. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As you all know me, Marcela here from Cal RCV. I want to briefly thank you again for your time, care, and work that you've put into this process. We're grateful for your thoughtful engagement over the last few months, and to staff as well, and especially for your serious consideration on single winner RCV as a meaningful improvement to our current system. Yesterday, we submitted a memo on City Council enlargement that includes mapping, charts, and analysis prepared in partnership with our national partner, More Equitable Democracy, a racial justice organization that specifically highlights how PRCV impacts representation in the city of LA. That memo includes PRCV district maps, specifically which show how proportional ranked choice voting can translate and to council expansion into fair, more representative outcomes across race, geography, and communities of interest. I know that there was limited resources on this commission and that everybody was pretty much spread thin, and so when mapping was requested, I know it wasn't available, so we wanted to go ahead and do the mapping for you all. So our request today is straightforward. We encourage the commission to bring PRCV back. I know that you are all already voting to approve single winner RCV as of the Ad Hoc Committee last weekend, but we would really love PRCV to get referred on to the City Council as well, and we hope that this mapping helps as you make that decision or you consider that decision, and City Council does as well. Again, your process has been rigorous and intentional, and we appreciate that, and we want to give policymakers the ability to choose between these two reforms and honor that work. Thank you again.
All right, we still have Jehoan Espinoza, if they're here. Johan. Oh, sorry, Johan. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
And Justin Belcher and Kevin Sanford can come up to the table, and you can start when you're ready.
Hello, everyone. Again, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for referring single winner RCV from the Ad Hoc Committee. It's a step in the right direction. But one of the things of note, PRCV, that conversation happened the last 10, 15 minutes. We almost didn't even have a conversation about it with the Ad Hoc Committee, right? Briefly happened, so my ask is for y'all to bring back PRCV, have a meaningful conversation. I know the Ad Hoc Committee received a compare and contrast chart on Saturday. I'll also pass out the compare and contrast charts for the folks that weren't present, as well as just other resources of how it affects different communities. And then lastly, if you look behind me, there's plenty of folks who were there on Saturday. plenty of folks who weren't happy with the way things were discussed or not. So I just hope that y'all give everyone a meaningful chance, a meaningful conversation of the issues they care about. Right? It is Thursday. It is 4 o'clock. In the evening. You all have lives. We have lives
30
as well.
seconds.
So please give the community at least the right to have that conversation for both, RCV, PRCV, and every other issue that folks are here for. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day today.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Sanford. I'm a graduate of the Los Angeles Black Worker Center Ready to Work program, and I'm a black worker in the city of Los Angeles. As I moved through the hiring process, I saw the same pattern again and again: outdated testing systems and closed-door practices that favored who you know instead of what you know. Black workers are trained, certified, prepared to serve the city, yet we are still blocked and unable access to public jobs. After a long and difficult fight, I was fortunate enough to secure a city position. But many of my peers, people who work just as hard as me, and earn the same certifications I did, are still unemployed. Promises were made, but opportunity did not follow. I hold multiple certifications and qualify for numerous positions. Yet this faulty process continues to hold myself and qualified workers back.
30 seconds.
Training without placement is not equity. Access without accountability is not fairness. Charter reform is how the city of Los Angeles could turn workforce training into real careers. It is how this city can ensure public jobs truly serve the public, especially those who have done everything asked of them. I urge you to include workforce equity reforms in the charter.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Justin. I proudly stand before you today as a graduate of the LABWC's Ready to Work program. I want to take this opportunity to share my experience and concerns regarding the placement process that many of us have encountered. After I graduated, I quickly found myself facing significant challenges that should not have existed. The placement process was unnecessarily difficult. I completed multiple placement tests, but to my frustration, I discovered that these assessments bore little relevance to the positions for which I was applying. I discovered that these assessments bore little relevance to the position I was applying, but these experiences highlighted a critical issue. Outdated testing practices have created barriers, particularly for black workers, far too long. We find ourselves at a pivotal moment, a once-in-a-generation opportunity to enact meaningful change. It is imperative that we reform the charter and modernize our testing practices. We must ensure that assessments accurately reflect the skills and qualifications needed for today's workforce, making the process more inclusive for everyone. Let us together take a stand for a fair, more accessible path to employment. It is time to prioritize the potential of every worker and break down the barriers that have held us back. Thank you for your attention and support in this vital issue.
Next three, we have Yamame Castillo, Michael Feinstein, and Nasesh Enoch. I don't know if I'm pronouncing them, but yeah, Yamame Castillo and Nasesh Enoch. I don't know if they're here, but you can go, Michael.
Hey, so at Saturday's meeting, Chair Mesa rightfully said that there's a lot of momentum for single-seat RCV in the community, and it has a lot of advantages, and it should be part of your recommendation. We have also given you a compare and contrast chart that looks at the status quo, single-seat RCV, and multi-seat RCV. And just like when you hand in an environmental impact report, it has a preferred alternative and it studies alternatives. We think you should be giving the council your preferred alternative and the alternatives. The mapping that we've started to do for you, that we've given you a summary today, and we're gonna give you 120 slides coming up soon afterwards, compares 23 to 33 seat councils for single seat and multi-seat models. And one of the things we find is that while Latino and white representation is more or less the same in both models, Black and AAPI representation is far better in multi-seat districts than in single-seat districts.
30 seconds.
And the reason you're here and the fight over the Fed tapes was exactly because of the limited representation with single seat districts. And the council and the public is owed that discussion when it gets to them. And therefore, we hope ultimately your recommendation will include both for them to look at. Thanks for your time.
All right, next three we have Rob Kwan, Justin Sexton, and Baba Akili.
Go for it. Rob Kwan, I remember last month when we heard we might be meeting twice a week, maybe 3 times a week. If you look at the schedule right now, we have just 4 or 7 full Charter Reform Commission meetings over the next 2 months. I don't think we can land a plane without knowing what a runway is. Saturday's Ad Hoc Committee really exposed 2 things. First, we had a pre-orchestrated set of emotions lined up. This is exactly why we need to pass item 2. I conveyed in written comment how during 2021 redistricting, this is how our council members secretly got drawn back into their districts. It's also worth noting the person quarterbacking things for the mayor is well aware how to exploit this process. They were literally doing that same role for Nuri Martinez during redistricting. Second, this ad hoc committee must be dissolved immediately. We're not producing consensus recommendations. There was also some misinformation about this commission's creation in LAPD. Keep in mind, a month after this commission was created, Mayor Bass vetoed police reform. Keep in mind that we've had 3 council members come up in front of you because the commission was given an open mandate asking you to study this. What have we also seen? Donald Trump get elected. What have we seen over the last 6 months? You are leaving this city vulnerable. During all of Karen's world events, we're not trying to remake over all of LAPD, but the least we can do is give our elected officials, the 15 elected officials we put in office, power over this department. The idea that we can't talk about that is insane. If it's radioactive, put it on as a second question. Lastly, just know that you meet at the pleasure of the people. You inspire me to get 100 of these little oinkers. So I didn't bring them all today to share around, but just keep that in mind. You meet at the pleasure of the people.
Trustee Sexton?
Yeah, thank you.
Go for it.
All right, first of all, I'd like to gratefully commend both getting ex parte formalities passed as well as including them in the recommendation for periodic charter review. We're all learning a lot from this process, and I'm thankful you're willing to make improvements this late in the game. I'm speaking today to urge you to embody the same level of leadership and ownership in moving critical measures to the next stage of this process and not let perfect become a barrier to progress. While there are a lot of issues this applies it to, police reform has remained at the center of my time here. And apparently they really want to stay relevant because officers killed a man on the steps of California Science Center today, and were shooting less than lethals at middle schoolers and high schoolers outside the detention center yesterday. So, by restricting these issues now, we lose the momentum and ignore the reality that many expert insights are best gathered through the formal review process and not when it starts. Sending these items forward today doesn't mean bypassing due diligence. It means you're inviting the very scrutiny and data the council, mayor, and eventually the public need to make that final informed decision. We've heard from you that you're not the experts to answer the question at hand, but I feel that's a fundamental misrepresentation of both the question and your role in answering. The question is this worth exploring further? And while maybe you don't feel like the experts on that, you're the only ones we've got. And later, when specific expertise is vital, I promise I'll be one of the people commenting and emailing on with fact checks.
My name is Baba Akili. I'm with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, and I'm here to support the Black Worker Center and LEAP, the Lineage Equity Advancement Project. And I come to support a very common sense proposal and programs to address the black jobs crisis. A crisis that too many of us have lived with for too long. And we know that employment is the best prevention. A stable job and rent pays and keeps us sufficient in our homes. That's the best form of public safety. That's why the Black Worker Center's proposals around modernizing the testing and hiring so that the city stops using outdated loops that exclude working people. codify a workforce equity clause so equity isn't dependent on political whims and moods, and build a public sector pipeline to permanent jobs
30 seconds.
so people aren't stuck cycling through temporary positions. And on behalf of the Lineage Equity Advancement Project, we are calling for the establishment of a Freedmen's Bureau in line with what has been set forth by the California State Assembly, California State Legislature, in line with their demands around support for and investing in reparations. Thank you.
All right, next three we have Darren Sherman, Sherry Bell, and James Johnson.
Sherry Bell? What's up, guys? Sherry Bell. I'm glad to be here with Sherry Bell.
Pressure is on, Sharon.
I know, right? Should I start?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Good evening, commissioners. It's me, Sherry Bell, again with the LA Black Workers Center. How y'all doing this evening? So we're often told that hiring is about merit, right? But when the system uses outdated exams, inconsistent screening, and gatekeeping, merit stops being about readiness and starts being about who can navigate bureaucracy. Modernize testing and hiring so it measures what matters: real skills, real performance, and fair access to compete. Codify a workforce equity clause so the city can be responsible for outcomes and not just intentions. And build a public sector pipeline to permanent jobs so working people aren't just trapped in entry-level positions. Racism isn't interpersonal or implicit bias, it's institutional. It's produced when economic rules create barriers and then pretend those barriers are neutral. Capitalism benefits from that division and exclusion. It keeps workers competing instead of uniting. This commission has the power to replace gatekeeping with fairness and scarcity politics with solidarity. A better Los Angeles is possible, but only if we build it together. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Darren Sherman. I'm a member of the Black Workers Center. A proud Angelino. My family has been a part of Los Angeles since the 1940s. Yet my community is underrepresented. I'm a construction worker and I've worked in a lot of homes of retirees. And the retirees that look like my family or the community they come from are struggling. And the ones who are in the position to do updates and to maintain their homes have been retired from public sector jobs. So it is important for us to maintain that security that is needed in our community with the job workforce crisis that we face, because it affects our elderly. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Samadi Johnson, and I'm a proud member and leader of the Los Angeles Black Work Center. Budgets are moral documents, but so are charters. They reveal what a city values and who it plans to leave behind. If we want a Los Angeles that works for working people, we can't keep relying on hiring systems built on exclusion and white supremacy. Systems that confuse people, delay decisions, and quietly exclude qualified applicants. Modernizing testing and hiring so the city stops treating access like a maze. Codify a workforce equity clause so equity is a requirement, measurable, enforceable, and transparent. Build a public sector pipeline that leads to permanent jobs. We should not be running the city on temporary workers and private contracts while communities face unemployment and instability. Racism strives when economic policy creates winners and losers and then blames the people who are punished to the bottom. who are pushed to the bottom. That's a feature of capitalism, not a glitch. You can write something better into the city's foundation. A better Los Angeles is possible, but only if we build it together, people. Thank you.
And our last two in-person speakers are Gyasi Bass and Fatima Murrieta. Gyasi Bass and Fatima Murrieta. Are they here? Okay. Yeah, we'll probably do another round, but we can probably start virtual now. That concludes the in-person list.
We're just setting up the audio for virtual public comment.
Kate, can you tell us how many we have on virtual when you have a second?
We have 22 speakers. 1 minute. Okay, we're gonna start virtual public comment. We'll do 1 minute 30 for each speaker. The first speaker is Steve Chesson. Steve, can you hear us?
Did you say 1 minute or 1.5 minutes?
1.5 minutes. Starting, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Starting now.
Commissioners, my name is Steve Chesson. I'm president of Californians for Electoral Reform. I emailed each of you yesterday with my comments about PRCV and multi-member districts, or MMDs, but if you haven't had a chance to read it yet, I want to summarize the main point. PRCV and MMDs takes the drama out of redistricting. It will be less conflict-ridden because one MMD can represent more than one group, more than one community of interest. This is the major advantage of MMDs with PRCV over single-member districts, SMDs, even if the SMDs use RCV. Consider the Fed tape scandal, which was partly brought about by the conflicts created by SMD redistricting. Even if you go to more districts, there will still be redistricting drama and fights every 10 years as different groups argue for drawing districts that favor their group. SMDs are a zero-sum game. One group can gain representation in a district only at the expense of another group not getting it. MMDs allow multiple groups to gain representation in a district at the same time. Redistricting with MMDs is not a zero-sum game.
30 seconds.
The canon will have multiple winners, and the winners will represent the diversity in the district in a proportional manner. I strongly urge you to seriously consider including MMDs with PRCV as an option for the City Council to consider, in addition to the option of RCV and SMDs. PRCV and MMD solves many problems that SMDs do not, and it is critical that the City Council and the public at large understand that. I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jason Enright.
Hello, my name is Jason Enright. I'm a resident of North Hollywood, California. I want to speak to the ex parte communications. I believe that the staff should have to reveal who they've been communicating with for the public trust to be restored in this commission. I also want to speak to the police reforms. You know, we worked really hard to bring you very reasonable police reforms. We sent in more letters and more comments than anyone than any other topic you received. And then you voted down all of our reforms in a single vote, 3-3. You didn't even get a majority. And that's just disrespectful. This is really personal to me. I'm the father of an autistic son, and we've seen that LAPD from 2017 to 2024, a third of the killings by then have been people who suffer.
30 seconds.
And we really need to...
Tell him we can't hear you.
Yeah, have him start again.
Have him start again because we can't
Jason, we can't hear you. We're gonna need you to restart.
Thank you.
And speak a little bit louder if possible. Sorry about
Especially
that.
regarding his son.
Jason, can you hear us? Sorry, one moment. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on our end.
Okay, try again, Jason.
Can you hear me?
For some reason, just not great.
Sorry, can I try something and be called back on?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll come back to you.
A speaker.
Okay. Next speaker.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next speaker, who's Christine Harris.
So we didn't hear. So we didn't get it.
He's gonna call back.
Can you hear me?
Does anybody in the room have a speaker that we can hook up to this?
No, it was his end. He's gonna call back.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Christine?
We still.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, hello commissioners, thank you for your support. Many of you have shown for recommending ranked choice voting to city council. That support matters, and I urge you to take the next essential step by also recommending proportional ranked choice voting with multi-member districts. The sustained public engagement you've seen since May is no accident. People continue to organize, research, and show up because PRCV is not theoretical. It's proven. It is working right now in cities like Portland, Oregon. PRCV with multi-member districts makes gerrymandering ineffective, delivers real representation for historically excluded communities, eliminates costly, low turnout runoff elections, and most importantly, produces outcomes that actually reflect how Angelenos votes. For these reasons, I urge the commission to revisit this issue and take a clear vote, one unified recommendation for PRCV with multi-member districts.
30
Los Angeles
seconds.
is one of the most diverse cities in the world. Our electoral system should finally reflect that reality. This commission has the opportunity to lead boldly, and I urge you to do so. Thank you.
The next speaker is Adele Slaughter. Adele, can you hear us? Adele, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Time starting now.
Hi, I'm Adele Slaughter, and I presented the Community Forest Advisory Committee's plan for the state of how our city deals with green infrastructure. They dismissed it out of hand without presenting it to the whole commission. The only evidence may be Murray's motion to elevate LA Sand to care for and expand our urban forest. This was what the 1999 community charter reform suggested, and we see how well that has worked. Why repeat the past? Why not please revisit CFAC's entire well-thought-out proposal? Trees are not merely landscaping. They are critical green infrastructure. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lionel. Lionel, can you hear us?
Yes, this is Lionel Morris, budget advocate speaking for myself as an individual. Calling because I would like to urge this commission to reconsider all the things that the Ad Hoc Committee did over the weekend. I think that was infuriating, and I hope that this commission will reconsider. And I would urge this commission to consider the recommendations made by Fair Rep LA, Unregulated LA, and other good government advocacy groups. I also urge the protection of civil servants, and that we streamline the hiring process for non-sworn civilian employees and transfer opportunities. I urge that that this commission strongly consider all the ethics reforms, anti-corruption measures, neighborhood council reforms, the land charter recommendations, budget advocates recommendations, and I hope that this commission will do what it can to help make LA better for everyone, because we've been involved in this process for the past few years, and I think it's really depressing to have this commission not deliberate things out in the open. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jillian Burgos.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
You said yes?
Yes. Time starting.
Commissioners, I'm Jillian Burgos, resident of North Hollywood. I'm also president of the NoHo Neighborhood Council, speaking on my own behalf. Please consider ranked choice voting
seriously. LAPD needs to be beholden to the people. I urge you to look into stopping pretextual stops. Make sure that LAPD protects people first, especially while they're exercising their First Amendment right and the right to protest. And they've constantly been shooting people and pepper spraying them, and they're violating everyone's rights. There's going to be a ton of lawsuits because of this. And finally, we need LAPD to pay settlements out of their own budget, not the general fund. We shouldn't be responsible for that. And City Council should have the power to fire Chief McConnell, since he's cherry picking what laws he wants to follow. LAPD is not above the law, and you have the
30
opportunity to shape the laws that reign in a department that has been allowed to defund the city. We must look into this. I'm begging you all, please consider this. We need to have the city that we deserve, and the only way we're going to have that is if we invest in people and not in police. Thank you.
Next speaker is Barbara Brody. Barbara, can you hear us?
Thank you. This is Barbara Brody. I'm a longtime member of our local neighborhood council, speaking as an individual. I hope that you know, commissioners, that you have an opportunity to make a real difference in this city by helping to realize and enable the potential of the neighborhood councils, which have been overlooked and disrespected for too long. I find it impossible to understand how the Ad Hoc Committee could dismiss each and every one of the recommendations presented by Lang. How can that be? Was there not one idea worthy of your consideration? That action tells us that somehow the City Council and those in power still fear sharing some kind of authority with its constituents who are dedicating their lives to helping the city work better. We have a front row seat at the dysfunction of the Los Angeles city government.
30
and we
seconds.
spend a great deal of our time trying to stop the city from making bad decisions. I hope you will help to realize the potential that these citizen organizations have. Just as you're serving as volunteers, we are serving as volunteers to try and make this city better. And we know what's going on. I also suggest that 25, 23, whatever number of seats isn't going to help unless the
That's time. Thank you, Barbara.
accountable to
The next speaker is Godfrey Plata.
Hi all, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Godfrey Plata, Deputy Director at LA Forward. Commissioners, at LA Forward, we and our community partners are incredibly concerned with the 4-2 motion that's passed out of this Saturday's Ad Hoc Committee that suggests kicking all reforms related to police accountability to a hypothetical prison commission. A new commission will take years to get up, and the reforms will take more years to implement. Angelinos have waited too long for the opportunity to strengthen law enforcement accountability. This is life or death. In December, LAPD data showed that the number of police officers who shot Angelinos increased by 60% compared with 2024. Just this week, Police Chief Jim McDonald publicly rejected state mandates to enforce mask bans in response to federal agents invading our city. His rejection of this measure effectively allows LAPD to ignore one of our few policy protections against the frightening takeovers of our communities. Even council members who don't always agree with each other united in their call for the police chief to change his mind and enforce the ban, but he's not going to do it, and he doesn't have to because the charter doesn't
30
give them
seconds.
that. You all have the power to add common sense teeth to the council's oversight over PD. The reform for this exact challenge is among the 13 reforms that were sent to you by community experts. I urge one of you to make a motion, if not today, then at next week's meeting, to retake up a yay-nay vote for all 13 reforms. Even if you aren't sure about some of the reforms, I am positive you can be sure about some of them. Otherwise, the wholesale delay of all police reforms presented to you does a disservice to Angela.
That's time. Thank you, Godfrey. The next speaker is Amy Percher. Amy, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I've never been more mad during a commission meeting than I was on Saturday. On Saturday, it became incredibly obvious that certain commissioners are circumventing ex parte rules by going through the staff. We can no longer trust when staff talks to an elected official's office, it's just for an update. And even if that is
Saturday was not commissioners doing their homework. It was a script of motions and who would make them made in advance and not posted publicly. It really adds perspective to why Commissioner Schlageter left, a commissioner who was doing the work that the commissioners of the 90s did. The Ad Hoc Committee must be dissolved. The mayor's office and select commissioners have hijacked the committee to push her agenda. If it is not dissolved, the committee will continue until they have heard from Rewrite LA, Lacers, and the personnel department. You cannot let that continue. You also have to ignore all recommendations made by them, especially regarding police accountability. 2 weeks were wasted. The committee was not supposed to make any new motions, yet they did. Police accountability is too important to have another commission to tell us what we already know. LAPD protects racists, rapists, and murderers in their own ranks. We need actual police accountability if you want to restore the public's trust in LAPD. Council needs authority over LAPD. If we don't get it, shut it down. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tamaya Denard. Tamaya, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, we can hear you. Time starting now.
Awesome. I'm here on behalf of Represent Women to support the reconsideration and eventual passage of multi-member districts to effectively create true representation in the city of Los Angeles. The organization that I work for, Represent Women, tracks electoral outcomes for women in jurisdictions with racial voting. RCV is an effective electoral system tool, but it increases the opportunity for diverse representation when used with multi-member districts. It mitigates any opportunity for one demographic to represent a diverse constituency in perpetuity. It also enhances the opportunity for women to win office by reducing the barriers that women face when trying to run for office. It also improves the quality of representation for these constituencies as well. It casts a wider net and creates a more inclusive and robust election process that can lead to better governance. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you.
The next speaker is Stacy SB. Stacy, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So I doubt that anyone in that room still believes in the Tooth Fairy or Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny, and I hope that no one in that room also still believes that this Charter Commission was set up to actually serve the people. And the evidence we have of that is the disposition of the Link recommendations, which in my opinion were very modest and reasonable. I certainly would have gone further if I were to write a list of recommendations. And if this committee were truly about representation, you would hold with utmost regard the correspondence you get from such a large coalition of the neighborhood councils. We are grassroots representatives who have direct correspondence with our stakeholders and constituents, far more community-based than any city representative. And the fact that the Ad Hoc Committee disposed of the Link recommendations, in my opinion, is just proof
30
that
seconds.
this is the rubber stamp body set up by the mayor and city council to push through whatever their agenda is and ignore the will of the people. And it's unconscionable. And I honestly think that the Valley should secede because we're still treated like the bastard stepchild of Los Angeles. If anyone wants to join me in renewing a secession movement, Google me, I'm easy to find. Get in touch, let's build a coalition, because we are obviously not getting what we need from our city leaders, and this commission
That's
is
time. Thank you, Stacy. The next speaker is Henry M. Henry, can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So I want to echo many of the comments made by especially Jamie York. Talked about police accountability, the Ad Hoc Committee, and the ex parte communications. Obviously, all should be disclosed. Obviously, fuck the ad hoc meetings, right? Obviously, fuck the mayor and the intervention with this commission. But most importantly, some of the comments and research I provided were with regard to a strong subpoena power, OIG, and the fact that you quite literally just threw away all those considerations to even implement such actual enforcing mechanisms with the OIG and the like. I mean, fuck you guys too for that. What does LA have, right? LA right now has quite literally the center of kitty fuckers, dog fuckers, quite literally, with an LAPD officer, a guy that's literally tied to Epstein himself. So up there with the kitty eaters, the kitty fuckers, the kitty traffickers, and this commission actually has the power
30
to do
seconds.
something about it. But this is what you're choosing to do. All those recommendations that are voiced by we the people, you're just throwing in the trash. So what does that make you at the end of all this, right? What does that make you when you're siding with these same people that are quite literally siding with kitty fuckers and dog fuckers? I mean, what does that actually make you? What do you think the people think about you, your friends, your neighbors, and the like? It's utterly disgusting. It's so fucked up beyond belief. And the Epstein files are just the start of it. So for that, fuck you guys.
That's time. The next speaker is Jester Jersey. Jester, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening to the Charter Reform Commission. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jester Jersey, and I serve as a social media administrator for the Vote 16 California / Twitter account, but I speak for myself individually. For agenda item 1, some commissioners have already heard me and other supporters speak on lowering the voting age. I personally want to thank you for listening to your local constituency and experts in the space who voice their concerns through their support and share their opinions on how to improve local government, just as a democracy is intended to function. At the first Ad Hoc Committee meeting last month, lowering the voting age came out as one of the recommendations for the full Commission's consideration. I wish to once again echo that sentiment in this full Commission meeting and would like to thank the Ad Hoc Committee commissioners who voted in favor of further consideration. As I stated in that meeting, expanding voting rights could go hand in hand with City Council expansion. As the electorate expands, so too should the City Council size to make local government more representative. On a more general comment, because of LA's importance on the global stage the next 2 years via the FIFA Games this summer and the 2028 Olympics, all eyes will be on Los Angeles as it charts its new course later this year.
30 seconds.
Lowering the voting age to 16 is one way to appeal to the democratic values we share with our foreign visitors, some of whom already have or are now considering lowering the voting age to 16 also. Many of us know that reforming a city's charter or considering lowering the voting age are not a very easy process. However, both are important issues that need to be addressed. So as a supporter of Young Voices, I once again urge the full Commission to continue supporting this issue as it makes its way to the City Council. Thank you for your time and consideration.
The next speaker is Glenn Bailey. Glenn, can you hear us?
Yes, Glenn Bailey. I am president of the Northridge East Neighborhood Council. I'm on the board of the Encino Neighborhood Council. I will be presenting a community impact statement for at least one, if not both of those, but now I'm speaking as an individual. First of all, I am very disturbed to hear about the memos that surfaced from the Ad Hoc Committee on Saturday that really makes distrust rampant from the folks who are following this process. You need the trust of the people in order for charter reform to fail, but maybe that's what your intention is anyway. Personally, I do support expanding the City Council, but now I want to conclude with a deep concern of something no one would have thought to put in there, and that is there needs to be something in the charter guaranteeing that there shall be elections as called for in the charter and in the administrative code, even if a city department such as city clerk who on November 21st recommended to the mayor to use the $915,000 for neighborhood council elections in 2027 to help balance their budget request. This is egregious. It really needs to be in the charter since they apparently have the ability to do this. I hope that the mayor rejects that recommendation. But the fact that the city clerk could even make the recommendation without touching anything else within their department and just similarly.
That's time. Thank you, Glenn. The next speaker is Charles Carno.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Charlie Carno with Unite Here Local 11. I want to echo comments made by my colleague at the last hearing, say that we understand that LAWA has proposed raising the threshold of leases that require Board of Commissioners consent to $5 million. We urge that food service, passenger lounge, retail contracts, and leases are exempted from this provision. This provision seems to be intended to help LAWA speed up construction projects. However, we are concerned that it could lead to less oversight of concessions at the Los Angeles airport. That's a public asset. We need that oversight, so we'd ask that you exempt those types of leases. We also urge that any provision granting proprietary department zoning powers clarify that CEQA determinations are still appealable to City Council, which is what they are in all their cases. All entitlements that are appealable to City Council are still appealable to City Council, and to clarify that proprietary departments cannot change the underlying zoning, which must be decided as it currently is by the Planning Department, the Planning Commissions, and City Council. Thank you very much for your consideration.
The next speaker is Mr. Fiste.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Just give us 1 second because the lights went out in our room.
Okay.
Okay, you can start your time now.
All right, so as you guys can see here, the system does not respect asking, and there's a quote that goes around that says, power, gives nothing without demands or whatever. I'm gonna let you all know that that's actually some bullshit too. It's not demand, it's force. Power and force respect force, and they're not gonna respect you asking for what you want, no matter how you ask for it. You have to show up in force. So you guys have already been able to show up in decent numbers by the few dozen to these meetings, but then you allow them to either, continue or to cut off the comment or shut you up or whatever, and then everyone politely sits there quietly and listens to everything that they recommended be ignored. That's not gonna fly. If you guys are serious about these things that you want to happen in the city, you need to do things like show up to City Council, shout and shut the meeting down. Seriously, you need to do that. We need to escalate our use of force.
30 seconds.
I'm not saying physically harm anyone. I'm saying we need to show up in droves, and when this charter vote comes before the City Council, we need to interrupt the meeting. Okay, everyone needs to work together to interrupt the meeting, get it shut down, so that they cannot vote on that shit. Or if they do vote on it, it's very clear to the whole public that the people of Los Angeles do not support it and want to shut the process down. You guys see where this is going? We need to shut it down.
That's
Stop
time.
asking.
The next speaker is Sheeta Ashley. Sheeta, can you hear us?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Shada Ashley. I have taken time from work repeatedly to attend these meetings, believing that this commission operates in a truly democratic way. What happened this last Saturday at the Ad Hoc Committee was truly heartbreaking when Unrig LA exposed the already decided, scripted motions written for Commissioners Stein and Meza. My heart sank. Who is really making these decisions? Who is pulling the strings behind the scene? We have repeatedly asked for transparency and accountability. When you disposed of the land recommendations altogether, especially the recommendation for the Office of Transparency and Accountability to act as the watchdog for budgeting issues, it made me feel hopeless that all of these meetings are in vain. Is this truly a democratic exercise or a pre-scripted kabuki show? It appears as if our public comments mean nothing, make no difference because the decisions are already made ahead of time. Is this the case? We, the people, want a public advocate. We want police reform. We, the people, want you to consider the LANC recommendations, especially when it comes to a watchdog committee of some sort. Enough is enough. I respectfully ask you to reconsider
That's time.
recommendations once again. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sandra Morales.
Yeah, hi everybody. I was actually a delegate on the LA Charter Reform the first time in December, and I'm truly disappointed. I'm also a DSA LA delegate. I sit on the LA Domestic Violence Council, and now I'm going through child services. Helps you to get retrained. I actually got DSA to sponsor SB 634 because the training's not there. And so there's been red alarms over and over and over again. I have so much documentation of just wrongdoing. And so there's children involved, there's women involved. We need to do better. That's all I have to say.
The next speaker is Jennifer Clark. Jennifer, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I will also be representing North Hollywood Northeast Neighborhood Council for the CIS portion. If you can make a note of that, please. Did you hear me?
One more time? Can you say that again?
Yeah, I will also be speaking on the CIS from North Hollywood Northeast Neighborhood Council. Yeah, just wanted you to make a note of that.
Okay, thank you for making that note.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to give my personal public comment. So my name is Jennifer Clark. I live in North Hollywood in CD2. And I am on a neighborhood council, but speaking as an individual for this public comment. It has been disheartening to see this commission and how it has not been, first of all, treated correctly with even how the placements and the seats and the timeline that it's given. But I will say the worst was probably at that ad hoc committee meeting, just to see the disrespect for each other, talking over, lack of respect for speaking, but then also to know that so many things are just going to be dismissed out of hand. So I would like this body to please consider just not taking any of the recommendations that came out of that circus that happened, and not move forward with any of it. So don't even take any consideration at all. All those items just need to move right on into the regular commission for consideration. And I hope that you will take that under advisement, because it was not a trust-building, transparent process, and I don't have much faith going forward into it. But I ask you guys to do better. Thank you.
The next speaker is a phone number 978 area code.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, great. My name is Andrew Rudick. It's resoundingly clear that the ad hoc committee doesn't listen to the people or hold any semblance of independent thought, and it's a waste of time. So it doesn't serve any city useful function, and it must be disbanded. I think that if you want your participation on this commission to be marked in history as a joke, then proceed as usual, because the LAPD is unaccountable. Your inaction will ensure that will continue and will ensure a bottomless pit of wasted taxpayer dollars and avoidable liability costs and societal repercussions, to say the least. Systemically racist operations cannot continue as normal because they are not normal. The ultimate tragedy is not the oppression and the cruelty by the bad people, but the silence over that
30
by the
seconds.
good people.
Excuse me, can we just let their time just expire, because a lot of times toward the end, they're saying something really important and we're kind of missing it, if that's okay.
The next speaker is Jeremy Payne. Jeremy, can you hear us?
Yeah, thank you. This is Jeremy Payne, a member of the RLA Coalition. Coalition committed to uplifting the voices of Angelenos, historically excluded from policymaking in Los Angeles. A goal that I hoped was aligned with every commissioner. However, actions taken by some members of the Ad Hoc Committee, disregarding the public's recommendations on police accountability, gives me worried. Commissioners not being subject matter experts in every policy issue, including policing, was anticipated and intentional. The Charter Reform Commission was created to give any and every Angeleno an opportunity to serve on a government body and hear from their neighbors on what was needed to create a more equitable future for Los Angeles. It created new access points for Angelenos who exhausted every other option to make their voices heard. It's also why you prioritize public comment from residents, community-based organizations, allowed us to present, and came to our events. You wanted to hear from Angelenos and let them design a new vision for Los Angeles, a vision they shared with you through the 13 police accountability reforms and the personnel and budget staff report. When the Ad Hoc Committee cut these reforms, it was salt in a wound for Angelenos who have gone through this time and time again. I ask that the full Charter Reform Commission reopen consideration of the 13 police reform recommendations contained in the staff report, and that each item be brought forward for an independent discussion and a separate up or down vote by the full commission, not bundled together and referred back to the Ad Hoc Committee. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tess Taylor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. How
much time do I have, please?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you. My name is Tess Taylor. I'm the president of the Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council. I appeared last 2 weeks ago, January 21st, at the Van Nuys City Hall to present comments in person. I thank you for your attention then and now. The comments I gave last 2 weeks ago were on behalf of our neighborhood council. I am speaking today on behalf of myself, although our board plans to vote on recommendations for charter reform at our next board meeting in a week and a half. I believe the Lank recommendations were modest and reasonable, and far more reasonable than I would personally have requested. I think we need to give thanks to James Thomas and Diego Andrades, who have supported the Lank recommendations, and Christina Sanchez, Raymond Meza, Ted Stein, and Melinda Murray. Shame on you for bypassing all of the recommendations so frivolously. I agree with Stacey Segar-Bollinger. That's about time that the Valley should secede from this nonsense. If we're not taken seriously, I'm tired of being treated like Oliver Twist, asking for a bit of gruel only to be denied. I also agree with Shada Ashley's comments earlier and Glenn Bailey regarding memos circulating from the Ad Hoc Committee and the budget cuts to the neighborhood council elections. This is outrageous. Everything recommended was ignored. This is not good. Jennifer Clark makes excellent points.
That's time.
As does Andrew Rudick. And
The next speaker is Jay Handel. Jay,
Good
can you?
evening, everybody. My name is Jay Handel. I'm the co-chair of the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates, and I just want to talk on a few points. The first is accountability. How about the fact we have over 4 city council members who have either been jailed, resigned, or disgraced because of the actions they have taken that were dishonest? How about the fact that our homeless money can't be accounted for because our mayor won't allow the controller to do an audit? How about the fact that you guys had 3 separate pieces of paper that all look the same telling you how to vote? This is ex parte, but not reported. This is corruption. I don't endorse bringing the council up to 25. We don't need more malfeasance. We don't need more corrupt people. We need accountability first. We need to tighten the rolls. You guys need to do a job. Look at Lank and look at the budget advocates. The most critical part of the problem of this city today is our budget and the way we spend our money and don't spend our money. This should be your full charge. Because police accountability, homeless accountability, council member accountability, all comes back to the money. Look at those recommendations and don't be bought out by some politician handing you a document saying, vote this way. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, we have 4 more speakers who've since raised their hand for virtual public comment.
Do we have James in the queue who called back? If we could put him next. And then, yeah, we can exhaust that list and please don't add any more.
Okay. James, we're going to go back to you.
I think you mean Jason.
The name was Jason.
Jason.
Sorry, Jason.
Jason Enright, we're going to go back to you. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hi, yes. Earlier I was saying that I would like the committee to pass the ex parte communications for staff. As you can tell by the last several comments, you've completely lost the public's trust. And regardless of what happened with those notes on Saturday, there's an easy way to, fix the fact that you've lost the public's trust, and that's to reveal all your communications. If you did nothing wrong, then it'll be very clear that you did nothing wrong once Justin Ramirez shows everyone his emails and his texts. Other than that, I want to talk to the fact that you shamefully, in a 3-3 vote, killed all the police reforms. We worked really, really hard to give you reasonable police reforms that we thought could fix the system. We also put in the most public comments of any topic you've heard so far. This is really personal to me. Since 2017, 1/3 of police killings have been people with mental health issues. My son is autistic. At times, he can go into a panic, and he can get into like a fight or flight mode. And my greatest fear is that the police one day are going to kill him. Somebody's going to call for help for him, and they're going to kill him, just like they killed Yang Yang. Last year, Yang Yang was banned for suffering a mental health crisis, and police refused to wait for mental health experts to come in, and they went in themselves and they killed him. The police commission found that there was no wrongdoing there. That either means the police commission is corrupt or the police policies are incorrect, because they didn't follow their own guidelines and they killed a man. All right, you have the chance to reform this, and you're doing nothing about it.
10 more seconds, sir.
What's that?
10 more seconds, please.
Commissioner Stein said that he didn't feel he was qualified to vote on this, so he should resign. All right? He said he's been on these things since 1988, and he's probably the problem why our city's so screwed up, because he's been on commission since 1988
Thank you, sir.
and doesn't think he's qualified to be on them.
The next speaker is Irene Bonilla.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So on a different note, good evening, commissioners. And I just would like to address the topic of term limits for commissioners. I'm a member of 2 neighborhood councils, and I'm speaking as myself. I would never assume or presume to speak for somebody else or a group. So I'm speaking as an individual and as a private citizen. So if I would just like to bring your attention to, there should be term limits for department commissioners that are appointed by the mayor. There's been several commissioners that are commission hopping, for lack of a better word, to different departments, and then they come back again after a span of 5 or 10 years. So you can address that and change that in the charter. This policy, already exists with elected officials on a federal and state level. So you can really address that and put that in the charter. Term limits for department commissioners, regardless of the department that they're appointed to by the mayor. I thank you for your time and your attention.
The next speaker is Amos Marvel. Amos, can you hear us?
Hello, my name is Amos Marvel, and I'm the Vice President of the Reseda Neighborhood Council. However, today I'm speaking as an individual and a passionate citizen in Reseda who loves our beloved city. We're working on charter reform, not charter sustenance in its current state. The Ad Hoc Committee is not listening to the people, and it's immoral. As committee members, you must reflect on what your role truly is during this process of reform if you truly aren't listening to the people. The Neighborhood Council is comprised of over 1,000 community volunteers who have their ears to the ground, and they work in the communities they serve. They hear the feedback from our fellow Angelinos and have united together to provide a digestible and reasonable request of reforms via link. It's incredibly disheartening, disturbing, and candidly downright disgusting that the Ad Hoc Committee didn't even consider any of the link recommendations provided by the neighborhood councils. Meeting after meeting, the citizens are demanding police reform, transparency, accountability, and I'm confused about the function of the Ad Hoc Committee if there isn't even consideration for the issues that are actually being brought up by the public. The Ad Hoc Committee is summarily not listening to the citizens of our beloved city. The Ad Hoc Committee is comprised of puppets for elected officials, and I highly recommend that the Ad Hoc Committee be dissolved to allow for greater transparency and to truly allow the voices of Angelinos.
The next speaker is Fatima Marietta. Fatima, can you hear us?
Yes, hi, hello. My name is Fatima Murrieta. I'm a senior organizer with Jobs to Move America. And at Jobs to Move America, workforce equity is crucial to the work we do. We believe in equitable hiring requirements, public reporting, and real accountability. This is why we stand with the Los Angeles Black Workers Center, because we believe stable jobs with benefits are a pathway out of crisis. And currently what we're seeing in this process is that that is not being centered. And we're asking you to please look at the broader system and address these inequities. We want to build we want the charter to reflect what is possible, equity that is enforceable, hiring that makes sense, and pathways that end in permanent jobs. Thank you so much.
The last speaker is Jeremiah Vingone.
Hello, my name is Jeremiah, and I'm speaking on my own behalf. I'll keep it brief. What occurred last Saturday at the Ad Hoc Committee is sick and immoral. The exposure of the scripted motions proves that. Who is in charge? What is the point of the meetings if all recommendations aren't even being considered and the choice has already been made? There needs to be police reform. That is all from me. Thank you.
That concludes virtual public comment.
If there are any members of the public wishing to do in-person public comment, we will allot 1 minute. And if you could just form a line down here if you have not spoken already. Would you like to speak, ma'am? Apologies. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Thank you.
Hi, Jennifer Goody. I am the Secretary of Mid-City Neighborhood Council, but I'm speaking for myself as an individual. First, I want to say thank you to Commissioner Thomas. It's obvious that you have a lot of empathy and you're taking your job seriously, and I really appreciate that. I'm extremely disheartened by the wholesale rejection of reports from so many community organizations, including the report from Lank, and the optics that this wholesale disrespect comes from collusion, given the documents that I've seen that list out how to vote. The fact that this commission was born out of a scandal based on the rigging of the results of another commission can't be lost on us. And at this point, we're at an inflection point in history where there's no trust in government in the city of Los Angeles.
30 seconds.
We've got the fires, I can't even think of all the stuff that's in the news right now. And it's just so important that this is taken seriously and that there's transparency and that there is no collusion, and it's just disgraceful and disrespectful for everything to be dismissed out of hand like that. Thank you.
Begin.
All right, great. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Nancy. I'm the Executive Director of Center for Asian Americans United for Self-Empowerment, or CAUSE. I'm here briefly to lift up the written public comment we submitted ahead of today's meeting regarding Asian and Pacific Islander representation in the charter reform process. We submitted the letter because to date, API perspectives have not been consistently included in the committee's shaping recommendations for the full commission. I love LA and care deeply about ensuring that API perspectives are meaningfully included as we shape the future of our city. I hope to see that inclusion reflected more consistently in these full commission discussions from here on out. We appreciate the outreach that has occurred through the mini grant program, including engagement with organizations like Koreatown Youth and Community Center, Little Tokyo Service Center, and Thai Community Development Center, and look forward to the upcoming report out on that work, which I believe is at the next meeting. So thank you for that, and appreciate Executive Director Ramirez's recent outreach to us, and look forward to following up with that as well. At the same time, as outreach work continues through City Fabric and the mini grant partners, there are gaps. Chinese and Filipino Angelinos represent some of the largest Asian communities in the city, and it is not yet clear how those communities are being reached out through this process. We believe there are opportunities to strengthen this engagement, and in addition to CAUSE, there are other organizations like RLA and Rewrite LA that are engaging with our communities. Please start including us more in these conversations. Thank you.
Hi Commission, my name is Jeff Derricott and I am a member of the Mid-City Neighborhood Council. I am also one of the executive directors of the Strong Towns Los Angeles neighborhood group, but today I am speaking on behalf of myself as an individual. LA should be the greatest city in the world, and we have all the components to make that a reality. And you as a board have almost a sacred responsibility to help our children and grandchildren be proud of this city that we are living in and the city that they will someday live in. We need police reform. We need better support for more equitable and reasonable access to public transit. And we need to rethink how we are investing in development. Our housing zoning issues are archaic, and they have caused so much division in this city. With
30 seconds.
A unified capital infrastructure plan that considers who is investing in housing, who is building this housing, and where it is being built, I believe that we can make LA into the city that it should be. So please respect the sacred opportunity that you have on this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that concludes public comment.
We now move on to Neighborhood Council community impact statements. I know that there are some in the room and online, so we'll take in the room first, and I'll hand it over to the Executive Director.
Sure. So anyone else? We got Resita. I know that for sure in the room. Okay, Resita, colloquially, excuse me, on behalf of Resita, you have 2 community impact statements, I believe, on 2 separate items, correct?
We do, one for each item on the agenda.
Okay, so you'll get 5 minutes per item.
Amazing. Hopefully I will not even take that whole amount of time.
Okay, ready when you are.
All right. So I'm going to start with item 1, which is on the actions of the Ad Hoc Committee, and I do want to say that both of these items were passed unanimously by my neighborhood council in a special meeting that we held in response to the actions that we saw on Saturday. Dispose. D-I-S-P-O-S-E. Dispose. Definition. To get rid of something, especially by throwing it away. This weekend, the Ad Hoc Charter Reform Commission voted to dispose of every single neighborhood council reform brought forth by the Los Angeles Neighborhood Council Coalition. That alliance represents every single neighborhood council and over 1,000 volunteers. The work by Lank constituted hundreds of hours of unpaid labor to thoughtfully explore the entire charter. The Ad Hoc Commission's response was to throw it in the trash. Your $408,000 outreach contract wants 60% of neighborhood councils to file a community impact statement. Why do you want them if you plan to not only ignore them, but also flagrantly disrespect our voices? Is there a bird cage in City Hall that lacks paper lining? Does the mayor's new puppy Kirby need house training? Is that what you need our community impact statements for? Dispose. D-I-S-P-O-S-E. Dispose. Definition. To make someone feel a particular way towards something or someone. The first whisper of charter reform was in response to scandal within the neighborhood council system. Headlines blared, LA Mayor Bass promises review of neighborhood councils. The mass resignation of an entire neighborhood council being forced to spend its money on an event outside its district with the LA County sheriffs shook the system. Neighborhood councils clung to this promise of change. They invested in this promise of reform. And in one fell swoop, they were told their voices did not matter. They were told the reforms that we need are meaningless. A system designed to be the closest of democracy for the people of Los Angeles? Trash. Rubbish. Disposed. The anger that this action has generated in neighborhood councils cannot be understated. And neighborhood councils are powerful when we act as one. So we ask, Immediately dissolve the Ad Hoc Committee. The committee has proven to be a sham process that is stacked towards the mayor's interests. The committee has strayed from its original purpose of offering up and down votes to make sweeping policy alterations and additions that receive no prior discussion. We cannot afford to waste any more time. All meetings moving forward must include the full commission. We need to build consensus, and the Ad Hoc Committee actions have undermined faith in this process. The commission must give a fair shake to all policy proposals. They should move to vacate all Ad Hoc Committee recommendations and review every single vote for fresh consideration so that we are actually moving forward with consensus items that have the support of 7 commissioners. For the votes that occurred on January 31st, 2026, the commission should be required to vote on all items individually. And lastly, the commission shall immediately comply with the Ralph M. Brown Act. The Charter Reform Commission's attempt to use an ad hoc committee structure appears designed to avoid Brown Act transparency requirements during the critical final phase of deliberations. This contradicts both the letter and the spirit of the Brown Act, which exempts only genuinely temporary task-specific committees from public notice and meeting requirements. Substance, not label, determines committee classification. A body doesn't escape Brown Act requirements simply by calling itself an ad hoc. On item 2 on your agenda regarding ex parte communications. The Reseda Neighborhood Council finds itself in the position of, once again, having to reiterate our support of the Charter Reform Commission adopting an ex parte communication disclosure that covers communication with commission staff and both elected officials and their staff. We also feel the need to remind the commission that the bylaws regarding ex parte communication should not be applied selectively. If your ad hoc committee is holding a meeting in accordance with the Brown Act, then that is an official meeting of your commission. It is absurd to think otherwise. The bylaws clearly state that the rules apply to commission and committee meetings, and the ad hoc is, in fact, a committee of the commission. We supported the council motion as well that was unfortunately delayed for months. Ex parte communication disclosure, frankly, should have been the standard from the beginning. This weekend, the commission disposed of a number of important reforms in broad sweeping motions that appeared to have been at some level pre-orchestrated. Unlike the 2021 Redistricting Commission, the Charter Reform Commission did not choose its staff. They are directly responsive to the mayor and council, which leaves them vulnerable to undue pressure to serve as conduits for evading ex parte disclosure.
Any other CISs in the room? Okay, see none. Now we're going to switch to virtual. I think we have 2. We're going to take someone off the mute here in a second. Who is it?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead and introduce yourself and your neighborhood council and begin.
Yes, my name is Jennifer Clark. I'm the Vice President of North Hollywood Northeast Neighborhood Council. Speaking on our CIS, which was submitted and is reflected in your website and on your notes. I'm just going to read it. I had a speech, and I think just the reading of the CIS is probably going to be enough to communicate. Please note that we did vote on this at a meeting in January 21st, and since the further meetings after that fully support even further our recommendations to you. All right, the North Hollywood Northeast Neighborhood Council strongly supports Council File CF 23-1027-S8. The problem. Councilmember McCosker asked for an update on the Charter Reform Commission's progress in February of 2025. Almost a year later, no report has been provided. The commission faces a tight deadline. They must submit charter proposals by April 2nd, 2026. However, the commission is not fully seated, and most of its members were not appointed until June 2025, almost a year after the commission was established in August 2024. It is clear the commission lacks the time and resources to complete this important work properly, our recommendations. Require an updated report immediately. Councilmember McOsser should ask the Commission's Executive Director appointed in May of 2025 to deliver the report that was requested in the original council file. Ask for a deadline extension. The Commission should request more time from the City Council and Mayor. The current April deadline is just not realistic for thorough work. Improve transparency and training. The Commission should provide a detailed line-by-line version of all recommended charter changes. They should receive training on the Brown Act so meetings are properly organized and clearly planned. It is clear to this neighborhood council from attending the meetings both in person and online that there is not a firm understanding of the Brown Act by the staff nor the commissioners. Charter reform is very important work and it deserves time and care, not a rushed deadline. We support the commission in its efforts and want to help ensure success. Thank you. North Hollywood Northeast Neighborhood Council.
Thank you so much. We're taking, who is this? Sydney? Cindy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead and state your name and neighborhood councilman again.
Yes, my name is Cindy Cleghorn. I'm the corresponding secretary for the Salatonga Neighborhood Council. I'm here to present our community impact statement submitted previously. On January 14th, 2026, at a Brown Act regular meeting, the board voted unanimously to extend its general support for Lank's charter reform recommendations and to applaud the Lank and Neighborhood Council budget advocates for their efforts. The Salatonga Neighborhood Council represents more than 60,000 stakeholders in the geographic area roughly bordered by the Angeles National Forest on the north, Lakeview Terrace on the west, La Crescenta Glendale on the east, and the Verdugo Mountains on the south. Our 21-person board represents low-density, single-family zone neighborhoods, multifamily neighborhoods, small businesses along our foothill corridor, and scenic corridors, and our historic Old Town Tahunga, Commerce Avenue. We thank the Charter Reform Commission, the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners, and the City Council for their service and for considering our community impact statement. It's signed by our president, Lydia Grant, and that concludes my comments. Thank you, commissioners.
Oh, sorry, we have one more. Who is it? Glenn, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Glenn, state your name and neighborhood councilman again.
Thank you. Glenn Bailey, I didn't know if I was going to be given permission by the Encino Neighborhood Council president to speak because I'm on that board as well. I haven't heard back. They're having a town hall tonight on homelessness. But just for the record, Encino Neighborhood Council did file a community impact statement. So I am officially here then as president of the Northridge East Neighborhood Council. We did file a community impact statement on January 30th. Based on a vote that we passed on January 26th, and I'll just read that, it's pretty quick. The Northridge East Neighborhood Council supports in concept the charter reform recommendations approved by the Los Angeles Neighborhood Council Coalition, LANC, as well as those approved by the Neighborhood Council budget advocates. And when we filed the community impact statement, we included the text, the presentation, you have that from Lank from your January 21st meeting, and then the budget advocates recommendations were presented at your September 13th meeting. So those were those, and I just want...
Oh, hello? I think we lost you. No, he might have lost connection. Can you hear us? We're still with you. Glenn?
Yes?
We lost you for about 30 seconds.
Okay, I don't know how much you didn't hear.
Maybe go back to your last thought, or a couple sentences back.
Did you hear that we forwarded the contents of the budget advocates and the link?
Yes, we heard that.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
So I'll just pick up from Lank. So that was a process, as you probably heard, involving citywide representation. I was one of the folks there. everything that got a majority of the attendees vote yes vote was put in the recommendation. There were some items like expanding city council where did not get majority. We were like tied, difference of opinion, because some people wanted 25, some wanted 29, and some didn't want any. Anyway, we didn't get a majority vote, so that was not included. But overall, those were things that folks were comfortable with as a majority, and we're one of, obviously, a number of neighborhood councils that are supporting that. That's why we say in concept, because there may be one or two or something that people maybe don't necessarily agree, but they agree with the whole package. I will say, just to be clear, that all the recommendations of the neighborhood council budget advocates that were presented to you on September 13th were separately and independently considered by this Lank committee and voted on individually. And all of them achieved a majority vote, and that's why they were included in the Lank recommendation as well. So the things that, goes beyond neighborhood councils, because there were other issues there in terms of notice and participation and ethics commission, but the big part of that is the budget process and budgetary reform. And so, I do strongly recommend, and we request, and again, if you want to build support for charter reform, we need to have not, yes votes, yes voices, and to help move that needle. So please do take seriously these recommendations. You don't have to agree with them all, but I just don't think it's fair, given the effort and time that folks put in, to just unilaterally dismiss them, in the way that was done last Saturday, without there being a full, serious consideration by the full Charter Reform Commission. Thank you very much.
Okay, there we go. That concludes community impact statements.
We now move on to approval of the meeting minutes from our January 21st meeting in Van Nuys. Commissioners, these are in front of you, have also been emailed out and posted online. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Motion by Commissioner Murray, I will second. Is there any discussion?
I'd request an edit for the link presentation. We were not just presented to by Kay Hartman. Can we also add the additional presenter?
Yes. Without objection, so ordered. Any further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to approving the minutes from January 21st as amended? All right, seeing no objection, the minutes.
Object to it.
Okay, an objection has been called, so we will take a vote. Commissioner Andrades. Let me restate the vote. The motion is to approve the meeting minutes from January 21st as amended. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field is absent. Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez is absent. Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
No.
Commissioner Yap is absent. Motion passes. We now move on to the Executive Director report on outreach and other matters. Executive Director.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. I'll just start off with a couple numbers, including that we are in the 40s on the number of meetings that this commission, be it full commission and the committees, have held. That is, and we'll be doing a statistics wrap up as part of the final report that is transmitted. But that's a lot of hours of time that you all have spent, not only in commission meetings, but preparing for commission meetings, reading reports, taking notes on reports, meeting with staff on reports, doing extra things on outreach on your own end. So I just want to uplift that and highlight that we're into the 40s, and I assume we'll be well into the 50s and close to 60 by the time that this commission wraps up. So that's an impressive amount of meetings in this short time span. So of that, we are going to have our second to last district meeting on Saturday, followed shortly by our last district in the next couple of weeks. Stay tuned for that. So we'll have hit all 15 districts, which is an exciting milestone. I'll be coming back with more updates, again, on the online survey. 12,000 people engaged with it. More than 12,000 people engaged with it, actually. And by engage, I mean started it with at least answering one or more questions. So we're excited to bring back some data, hopefully next week, on where those answers were coming from who those answers were coming from, and what those answers were. Again, it was also in large part an outreach tool, just a way to get people to engage and learn about the subject areas that this commission was doing. But the data coming back will just be very helpful to see the kind of numbers that people are raising. Also have an update on mini grant outreach, as a lot of that has been moving forward. And just another number I just want to uplift is that we have about 24 reports that staff has produced and sent your way. We couldn't have done it without so many advocacy groups and staff and department heads and so many. It was a lot of hands that helped get this process through. City attorney on every document has also been a fantastic partner in this process. So just want to thank so many people in this, quite frankly, in this room who've contributed to it, and of course commissioners who have contributed to those reports. Last, I'll say, as we noted, ex parte communication disclosures have been started implemented today, and we should have the website portal for logging those up by the time that somebody discloses an ex parte communication. That's all I have. Happy to take some questions.
Can you speak to the report on the right to counsel for immigrants?
Sure, absolutely. That report is in our process. We're working with some advocacy groups that we've reached out to that also have raised this issue with the commission. We're hoping to have that to various city departments by the end of this week, which is tomorrow, for edits and review, and then turn it over to the commission sometime next week. I can't promise that it will be by next week's commission meeting, but it will be next week is our target.
Can you clarify and talk a little bit more about why we added a third ad hoc meeting, just for clarity's sake?
Sure. I'm not the chair of it, but I will state that the committee has a wind out date anyway. It didn't have a number of set meetings. It just had a set time frame, which I believe concludes, I want to say around the 15th is when it would expire. I don't believe there were any meetings planned beyond Saturdays.
If I have a question for the city attorney, may I ask?
Is it in relation to my report?
It's related to what you just asked.
Okay, we'll see. Yeah.
And so, there were two things that happened. I don't know if you got my motion. Did you see my motion?
Yes.
So, my motion is to dissolve the ad hoc committee. That was my motion. And I was informed that, and I don't discount this as being true, but that Chair Mesa was not going to agendize it. And so my question is, may I make that motion tonight?
So you can make a motion to add onto a future agenda the issue that you want to have agendized for a future meeting.
But there's no way we can vote on, I'm not going to pretend that there's no way we can vote on that tonight.
That's correct, because it's not, we would be violating the Brown Act, it's not on the agenda. So what you would do is say, I move on agenda, and you pick a date specific, our next meeting, to agendize the following for potential action by the committee, or commission, I should say.
And so what is quorum for the ad hoc committee?
So there isn't really a quorum for the ad hoc because it's not really a Brown Act meeting. And by the way, if you would want this agendized at the ad hoc or at the full commission?
No, I want it agendized at the full, I want us to vote with the full commission. But my concern is the timing. I want it dissolved today. And so what I'm trying to find out, because there are a couple of things that are concerning to me. I don't know if you saw that meeting.
I did not.
Yeah, it was, again, it was the most anti-black experience that I have had in a long time, representing this city. And it is not okay under any circumstances. And so since other people have decided to violate the Brown Act, why don't we just violate the Brown Act? That's what other people have done.
I would say two things.
I know, Miss. I'm joking with you, but I'm really not. I'm joking with you, but I'm really not. Because I have people stopping me on the street, apologizing to me. I am Commissioner Murray. I felt like we were in the world by ourselves. Now, y'all know that me and Commissioner Murray have had our back and forths. But we were united at that meeting because I heard her. And the issue for me is, how do we have black people coming to this meeting? How do we have a voice? How do black people have a voice at this table and all tables in the city of Los Angeles? How do API people have a voice at this table and all tables? How do the people have a voice? That's what I want to know. What can be done to make sure that this never happens again? Because I'm going to file a formal complaint. Yes. I'm going to. Because it was not okay. It was not okay what happened to the chair of my committee. It was not okay that she was bullied. It was not okay that I was lied to and told that the reason that the black folks were coming late was because of her. I know her better than that. Because the thing that people don't know is that there might have been a time when we weren't together, black and API. But that's not true today. And so what I want to know, how do we legally protect the voice of those that this commission, or at least the Ad Hoc Committee, has decided that they are going to shut out of this process? What can I do as a commissioner? I know what I'm going to do, but I'm asking you as the city attorney. Because again, why am I asking you? Because you have been weaponized. You were weaponized against my chair. You didn't. You answered correctly. And you told her that she had nothing to worry about, but you were weaponized. And I'm appalled that we're always asking for involvement, and I'm going to take 20 minutes. We are always asking for the involvement of young people. We have a bright young lady who made a much stronger commitment than any of us did, because she sat on 2 committees and she chaired 1. And then to allow her, again, you were weaponized, to suggest that she doesn't have her own mind, that she is being fed what to say by her boss. No one has the right to involve where somebody works. Nobody has the right to do that. And so what I'm asking is, what is it that we can do in order to make sure that this doesn't happen again? That was an orchestrated plot, is what it was. And I don't necessarily think Ms. Murray knew what was going on, because I know I didn't. What can we do? Because at the end of the day, there is not a shred of accountability in the Ad Hoc Committee. It is a waste of time. It is a waste of time. Not a shred. There were people who were disrespected. We only had a few black folk to come out. And there was a woman who is not here today. She's been here. There was a white guy who was applauded for speaking out of turn. But she was thrown out or made to feel like she needed to leave. That Ad Hoc Committee last Saturday, for anyone who saw it, for anyone who was there, it was a hostile environment created by this commission that is supposed to be about serving the people. This commission, or the Ad Hoc Committee, and those who are withholding the interest of what? I don't even know. I don't know who's talking to the mayor or who's talking to city council. But you know one of the things that I do know? That everything that was voted on and pushed through are things that don't compromise people who are running for election in June. That is a fact. And it is also a fact that the community who have shown up to what we now see is a dog and pony show. That's what that Ad Hoc Committee was. And now we can't, they're calling for us to dissolve it. And we have to wait, and the kind of meeting that was scheduled was moved. And so now we have to meet again. And the suggestion is, these arbitrary numbers that we're throwing out, Northern California submitted 89 charter reform recommendations. The city council chose the ones that they wanted. We're talking about a much smaller number than that. And I think it's disgraceful.
So I can give you some options?
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what I think you can't do, what you can do, and let me start with one reminder.
I'm probably gonna do what I can't do first, that's probably gonna be the thing I'm gonna do.
Oh, let's see. So for the reminder, remember, what all the Ad Hoc is doing is making recommendations. So they haven't closed off anything that this commission can do. You can ignore them, overrule them, say thanks for the recommendation, we're gonna do something else.
But that's not all that they did on Saturday. I just wanna make that clear. That's not what they did. They created a hostile environment for me and other black people in the room and people who were not even black.
So what you can't do consistent with the Brown Act at this meeting is have the commission vote to dissolve the Ad Hoc, right? Because it's not on the agenda. What you could do is you could ask Chair Stein to cancel the meeting, just not have another Ad Hoc, right? And instead, the whole commission could meet to discuss the issues. That is something that you could request, and that's up to Commissioner Stein and all of you if you want to have another meeting and when you want to schedule it for, right? I would recommend or remind you that the ordinances that created the body recommended at least 5 days before, try to give 5 days notice to the public. So you should try to do that before you have another commission meeting, but you could have it shorter if you wanted to on a shorter time frame. But those are your options, right? I think.
Well, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I appreciate it. Just such a pleasant person. I hope you're always like this. I hope you're not like one of those people.
That's pretty much how I am, actually, yeah. He is.
I appreciate you. Commissioner Stein, You have heard, not from me, but you've heard from people in this room. Now, you know how I feel about you. And I'm saying that publicly. I like that man. He's crabby sometimes, but you know.
I'm glad you say only sometimes.
Right. But I like anybody who is a straight shooter. He's completely and totally wrong. I've told him that. But I can deal with people who are a straight shooter. And if you can't see, now what I have done is I have sent the commissioners, because see, we don't want police accountability because we don't have enough information. But you know what we'd have more than enough information on? Reparations. I think that's like a 1,000+ page study that was done. So, as I see it, when we talk about equity, when you put the Freedoms Bureau, police accountability, and black labor, when you put those together, those are equity reforms. And they don't just help black people. I'm speaking specifically about black people because when I don't, y'all run off in other directions. I've been saying it since I first sat here. Black people specifically, why? Because I'm black. I am not going to require that anybody be barred from advocating for the people that they represent. This is Los Angeles, California. And every time I advocate for black people specifically, everybody generally, there is a, what about me? That happened on Saturday. Unilaterally disrespected and disregarded the entire black community in trying to one-up me. I can speak for myself, and I can fight for myself as well. So no need to try to one-up me. In the end, what will be said about this commission? I don't know. In my eyes, to be honest, I am a forgiving person. I have to be. But what I experienced on Saturday, it was like a page out of Jim Crow. The Reconstruction. Giving black people an alleged voice, but at the same time robbing them of it because of the policies. That's what happened. And then to sit here during Black History Month and to think that I will in any way allow this to continue. It is not going to. I guarantee you it's not going to. It is not going to continue because it's not right. And what is the most unright? What is most unright is the fact that families and entire communities are being destroyed because LAPD is acting like tour guides while they kidnap our children and destroy our communities. And we don't think we should have a voice. How many people, black and brown, are gonna die in between the time that we take the time to deal with reforms? Christopher Commission? You gotta be kidding me. Gotta be kidding me. Christopher Commission did one thing, They pointed out the fact that there is systemic racism in the city of Los Angeles. That's what the Christie Commission report was about. It was about systemic racism. That is why it is lauded as something having been good. But their capacity to deal with that, it never happened. It never happened. And I know, and God is my witness, if this does not stop, I look forward to anybody on this commission running for office. Because I promise you, you have seen Commissioner Thomas. You ain't seen me on that side. The fact that you would do that, I literally, this has shaken me to the core, especially when I was vulnerable with you guys. When I told you that the bishop in New Hampshire warned clergy to get their affairs in order, to make sure that their will is intact. I told you that even though I'm not afraid, I did that. And that my picture, when you look at that article where that clergy, that bishop is saying this and warning clergy, it is my picture that appears there. Mine. And a lot of the people that I love, that I care about, are putting their lives in jeopardy. And we want to sit here and act like we want a better LA. We are complicit in everything that we see going wrong in this city if we don't do something. There could be 1,000 recommendations. They get paid good money to go through them and decide what it is they want to do. And then in this attempt to save the mayor, and I told the mayor this when she met with us with People's Budget LA. The Bible is clear. It says those who seek to save their life will lose it. Those who seek to lose their life will save it. I said, Mayor, that's you. Y'all trying to make the mayor comfortable. Her trying to win this election the way that she won the first is going to end up being, and maybe this is what people want, I don't know. It's going to end up being her demise. Because somebody is going to have to be blamed for what has happened on this commission. Somebody. And guess who? It's too many city council people. That's too many to target. Too many to target. You suggested to me, Chair Mason, that when I said that the mayor and city council should have the authority to fire police officers, I gave you an example of it being done. 73% drop in crime when the mayor and city council was able to fire and then rehire those who should have been rehired. When they went through their personnel file, most of those officers could not even be rehired. And they would have never known it if the mayor and city council had not taken that very controversial move. But that very controversial move ended with Camden, New Jersey being a great place today. When you said to me that because that was something that was never discussed, suggesting to me that it doesn't need to be heard because the community, no one has presented that recommendation. No one presented the ones that were presented, the motions that were presented in that meeting. Nobody mentioned the Christopher Commission. But yet it was a motion put on the agenda, And I would even argue that the whole idea of creating this ad hoc committee was to do what we witnessed on Saturday. That's what I believe. And nothing is going to change that. I may have to, to be honest, I don't know what to think, because what I think right now is just not good. It is just not good. From refusing to consider diversity in the selection of committees, that was the first thing that happened that showed me that folks ain't who they say they are. To being willing to go on the record and vote against diversity because Commissioner Mack's motion was too long. He doesn't know how to write motions. He doesn't know how to write motions. That's what you said, Justin.
I'm sorry, who? You said Commissioner Mack.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, I'm curious. All right. Okay, I will get the names wrong. I'll get the names wrong. But we have heard from the community today. Are we willing to continue to be the dog and pony show? Or are we going to do what is courageous and what is right? And for once, give the people of Los Angeles a voice. For once. And if city council and the mayor or whomever else decides that they don't want to affirm their voice, then they have to deal with that at the ballot box. That's the way democracy is supposed to work. How is what happened on Saturday any different than what Donald Trump is doing? It's the exact same thing. You have all the votes. You knew you had all the votes from the beginning. But you did not recognize that you had a wild card. That was Commissioner Murray. She was the wild card. I heard her. She speaks softly. She don't speak long. She will tell me off, but I heard her. I heard her. And what is insulting to me is for this black woman to share what she did, who works for the district attorney. If she don't know what police do and how they are, certainly nobody else here does. To have her voice ignored, a black woman, to ignore her voice. She doesn't say a lot. It was disgraceful. And while I'm on that note, I don't ever want to see that black woman sitting on that floor with that microphone again. Get a speaker. No woman should be sitting on the floor with a microphone. I'm done.
I have a question for the city attorney really quickly.
Should ask him about how Mark Weiss restructured the committee before recess. It wasn't on the agenda or even introduced, and they let them do it under Rule 23.
I was gonna ask about, we're hearing about the Christopher Commission, which was a motion that we weren't privy to ahead of time via the Ad Hoc Committee under item 1. Why can't we also hear Commissioner Thomas's motion here about dissolving the Ad Hoc Committee? Why wouldn't that fit under motion 1 as well?
So, let me grab the agenda. Hang on.
Thank you.
Pretty broad and generous agenda. I feel like we forgot that.
Okay, so what item 1 says is comment and discussion of report from the ad hoc committee recommending potential changes to the charter for further development and consideration by the Charter Reform Commission for final recommendations to the City Council. So what you're doing, per the agenda, is considering recommendations from the ad hoc that you can accept, reject, whatever, and for further development by the commission. That is, I don't think the plain language of that covers voting to dissolve the ad hoc.
The way that I'm perceiving the motion is that it's a report back from the ad hoc committee.
Yeah, you're considering a report and then basically evaluating the report recommendations from the ad hoc. That's right.
So so we wouldn't be able to consider this Christopher Commission recommendation.
Is it a recommendation that came from the ad hoc?
No.
It was, go ahead.
It is a recommendation that came from the ad hoc, but that recommendation will go to the full commission. Thank you so much, Justin. And the commission can vote yay or nay on whether or not they want to accept that. It would take, in a world where we had a full commission, it would take 7 votes to move forward with the Christopher Commission recommendation. It would take 7 votes to deny placing that on the ballot for the Christopher Commission recommendation.
I hear that. What I'm getting at is that a motion materialized out of thin air. My fellow commissioner here brought forward a motion at the same ad hoc committee meeting. Why wasn't that included?
So I don't have an answer to that. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Sorry, what was the motion that was not included?
Excuse me?
What was the motion that was not included?
What was not included was when I said that that City Council, and I'll look at the minutes just in case, see what the motion was.
I just want to also, I think before we start talking about the ad hoc committee report, we should wait till we get to that item, honestly. And I know I've got some commissioners eyeing me for a recess as well, because we've been at this for almost 3 hours.
Well, the only reason that I was bringing that up is because, again, if it's putting out into, if we don't agree, because I think that there are commissioners here who don't agree. We know that there is community here that doesn't agree with the ad hoc committee. And so it's kind of useless because again, my question to you, City Attorney, that I did not ask was, I thought, just as you said when somebody was given a minute and everybody else got a minute and a half, you said you can't do that.
Yeah, I think everybody got a minute.
Right, no, I know they did, but I'm saying what I don't understand is why my committee, with a young API chair, was treated differently than the other committees. Why was the process, and who presented at our committee? Black folks.
I didn't hear that, James.
Black folks.
Okay, thank you.
How is it that the time that we have the most black people and we're deciding what we're going to move forward, we all of a sudden change the rules? I kind of think that's discrimination. I don't think you can do that. Which is why I said from the very beginning, when we talked about the conception of this ad hoc, and when we sat down here, I said, what is the rubric? I ought to be able to say, for this particular reason, we're not moving this forward. And it shouldn't just be my opinion or my feeling. The other thing and I talked to Ted about this,
Can I put something on the record, James?
Yes.
I consider James a friend. We don't.
We are.
No, let me just finish. I can't be as eloquent as you are.
You much better. Come on, stop it.
Oh, I can be a good trial lawyer, but putting that aside, we talk all the time. And that's when James says, I told that to Ted, Ted told that to me. I respect James having the right to come forward with his thoughts as clearly and cogently as he does. And we've also agreed that the two of us, not talking about any other members, can respectfully disagree on how we're gonna vote. James always has to add in that you're wrong and I'm right, but that part's okay. So some of the things that you said really bother me. Of all the people that are sitting on this commission, and maybe Jason doesn't fall into this trap, no one could ever call me as someone who's put up by the mayor.
I never called you that.
I didn't say you, but others have.
I will call names. I can call names. I have no problem calling you. I'm trying to be nice.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I like calling names, by the way.
I only know that too well. Basically, I've talked to Mayor Bass once since she was elected to office, probably 2.5 years ago, and it had nothing to do about police, reform, commissions, or anything else. I don't have that relationship. So I sort of resent when some people say, well, you're just a toady for the mayor. Hell, I'm as independent as they come on this. And you know, in terms of what you would do to someone to run for office, I'm 77 years old. I tried it once. I learned from my mistake, and I never ran a second time. So that threat doesn't apply to me.
That wasn't a threat, that was a promise. Okay. I wasn't talking to you. That wasn't a threat, that was a promise.
But you won't get that chance with me.
No, well, I mean, I talk to you all the time, so I will.
What I'm saying, you won't get the chance with me. But what I'm trying to say, though, is it's a good discussion, but I just want to say that reasonable minds may differ, even if you think you're right. I happen to think that I'm right. And I voted my conscience, you voted your conscience. And I don't have to say much more about that. My view of the ad hoc is a little different, as it turns out, than I believe your view is. We had, and please don't try to pin me down,
I'm going
100 different motions that were floating around there. Maybe 80 different considerations. But
Oakland turned in 89.
Okay.
But
89 is more than this commission is going to handle, and the purpose of the ad hoc.
Says who?
Says me as the chair if I have votes to go along with it. My vote is no more important than your vote. Or Ray's vote, or Ray's
how
vote.
can you as chair determine the number of recommendations, and where are you getting this number from? Where are you getting the number? What is the number? You obviously already have it. What is the number? What is the number of recommendations? Justin, you tell me. Ray, you tell me. Somebody tell me, what is the number of recommendations that you have predetermined? You would have to predetermine to make that statement. That you would predetermine is appropriate. Look, you just getting the brunt of it because you're talking. But you should stop talking, and then you wouldn't think that I'm talking just to you. I'm talking to this entire committee. What is the predetermined? We said that we were getting information, that we were collecting information. So the information that we got collected, when I brought up Oakland about how ranked choice voting was an issue for black people, people came forward with evidence. And whoever did that document that y'all handed me today, you did exactly what I've been asking for since I've been sitting on this freaking commission.
That's about as much cussing as I do. I'd like to move this along. I think that we've had this discussion.
What is the number of recommendations, the preset number of recommendations that you all, because you're not taking the information that you sought out, which was from Oakland, because they said 89. We had someone who ran for mayor who more than willing to talk. So what is the preset? Because that makes it a lot easier. That makes it a lot easier. What is the preset? We know that of the preset motions that you're going to consider, we know that it does not include the 13 about police reform. I mean, do you, I can't, I just gotta stop because this is getting more and more frustrating.
I'm gonna answer your question. The preset, there is no preset number. The number will be determined by first what the ad hoc committee does, and second, and more importantly, will be determined by the 12 of us, or whatever number happens to be there that day, that we want to move forward the council. It's that clear.
Well, if I'm hearing correctly,
Commissioner Thomas, can I add, there is no preset number. The preset number won't even be determined by the ad hoc. There is no preset number. The number won't even be determined by the ad hoc. The number will only be determined by 7 members of this commission that vote to make it that number. The number may be 89. The number may be 120. The number may be 60. The number will be, it is undetermined and it is unknown. Commissioner Stein and some other commissioners have a philosophy that they would like to get that number to a low amount. There are others who have a different philosophy. And like Commissioner Stein said, there is a difference of opinion, but there is no preset number, and it will be determined by 7 members of this commission.
Then why are we moving as if there's a preset number? I don't want to continue to belabor the point because I know that there is a preset number, and that's why we're moving the way that we're moving. That's the only reason that we would throw out police accountability and neighborhood council. That's the only reason that we would do that. There's no other reason except they make this more complicated for the status quo. That's the bottom line. And again, all I want is just people to just be truthful. If I had a preset number, I would tell you. I would have no problem. My complaint is this, Mr. City Attorney. Why, when this comes up, when I get a notice, it says I get stuff saying I'm an employee, that I'm an employee of the city. And so I know as an employee of the city that you can't discriminate. And how do we know? Because we have members of the API community coming to tell us. We have members of the black community coming to tell us. We have the members of the white community coming to tell us. Of the Latino community coming. We have the entire rainbow coming to tell us that our practices have been discriminatory. And so whatever I would do as an employee of the city, if I feel like I have been discriminated against, or if I'm whistleblowing because I know that someone else has been, that's what I want to do. Because people are still not willing to concede and say that this ad hoc committee needs to be dissolved.
Why didn't Reagan put it on the agenda?
Yeah, put it on the agenda. Let's have a vote.
We had Mark Schlager in the fall ask, how do I get something on the agenda? Justin said, send it over to me and we'll get it on the agenda. There was never a mention of Reagan being a stumbling block.
So,
It's a good question. Why is it okay for Martin to just say, hey?
Well, that's how it's been. That's how it's been for me this entire time. And that's why, even though they say that I'm talking too much, I'm talking because it's the only way that the concerns of the people get heard. Because you would unilaterally, as you attempted to do, silence me. But you can't silence me, because I got a megaphone in my trunk. So anyway, go ahead, Mr. City Attorney.
I'm not walking out on you with
I got you. I'm not mad at you, sir.
I said I'm not walking out on you with
so
I'm done.
Mr. Chairman, how do you want to proceed?
There's been a request for Commissioner Thomas. There's been a request for a recess. If you are done, I would.
I'm done.
Okay, then we will recess for 10 minutes, commissioners, and then move on to item 1.
And may I make give a reminder to everyone? So later in the agenda, there's an item for ex parte communications that occurred during the meeting. So if you're talking business with any other commissioner off of these mics during the recess, please remember that you will need to disclose that during that segment before the end of the meeting.
Not with other commissioners, only elected officials and staff.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, this is, right, you were correct, thank you.
All right, we are in recess, everyone. Thank you.
You could have put this up for a vote. You could have put it up for a vote.
Commissioners and members of the public, I'm going to reconvene the meeting and conduct roll call. Commissioner Andrades.
Present.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. We're waiting for the. All right, we are going to reconvene the meeting. Commissioner Andrades.
Present.
Commissioner Field is absent. Commissioner Fuentes.
Present.
Commissioner Levine.
Present.
Commissioner Lewis.
Present.
Commissioner Mack.
Present.
Commissioner Mesa is present. Commissioner Murray.
Present.
Commissioner Sanchez is absent. Commissioner Stein.
Present.
Commissioner Thomas.
Present.
Commissioner Yap is absent. All right, commissioners, we move on to item.
Include yourself.
Yes. We move on to item number 1, comment and discussion of a report from the Ad Hoc Committee. I'm going to ask for staff to walk us through the report, please.
Sure. This is basically a status update. It's a report of the 2 meetings thus far that the committee has taken up and actions that they've done. I'll note that there is still some reconciling to do within it because it will have in one place, commissioners voted to approve alpha. And then maybe at the next week, commissioners took a vote that got rid of alpha, for example. So we have some reconciling to do that will be reflected in the final report. So just as you're going through it, just know that there's some reconciling that will be done by the final report that will be transmitted and discussed, I believe, at next week's meeting. But happy to answer any questions about. I guess right now I'll take any questions about if there's any structural or anything missing from the report. Like, again, back to alpha. Like, oh, we voted on alpha. Why isn't alpha in here? Or why isn't there? Why hasn't personnel been taken up, for example? I could actually talk to that. So yeah, happy to talk about that before we get into the substance.
Just a clarifying question. So I just want to know, and Chair Mesa, you can tell me, exactly why was because I think somebody has mentioned that when I asked before in a previous meeting, and when another commissioner asked, how do you get something on the agenda, it was just send it in. Well, when I sent my motion in, it was left to you to determine whether or not it would be agendized. And so obviously it was not agendized. And so my question is, why was it not agendized? And do you even know what my motion is?
I do know what your motion is.
Have you seen it?
Yes.
Okay.
To answer your question, 2 reasons. One is because the ad hoc will complete its business this Saturday. Most of the items that you requested in your motion can actually be addressed in next Wednesday's commission meeting. So for example, if a commissioner wanted to do an up or down vote on all of the police recommendations, a commissioner could, if they chose to, make a motion to revisit X recommendation. If there's a second, that would prompt a discussion and force a vote. And you could theoretically go through, if a commissioner so chooses, every single recommendation. That's up to commissioners, of course. So what I read in the motion felt could easily be accomplished at our next meeting. The second reason is that I've generally only added motions that are received within 72 hours.
When was that received? Is that your own, is that a rubric that you set, or is that something that is standard?
That's been standard for this commission.
No,
how I've added.
No, I'm asking, is that a determination that you have made on your own, or is that in the bylaws?
The authority is granted in the bylaws and a determination that I have used consistent in this commission.
Okay.
Not something a full commission should decide on, right?
I would think that it would be, but.
All right, are there questions for, or do we want to?
Sorry, I think Commissioner.
And can Commissioner Mack substitute for me on Saturday?
I would ask the city attorney to, we have asked this of the city attorney.
Is it okay for me to ask my process question first?
Sure.
It's more so just for today's item, from what Chair Meza, you said. So is the intention for today?
Ms. Mack, could you speak? Thank you.
The intention for today's staff report is just to go over it like we did in Van Nuys, and then what I'm hearing is in the next meeting, full commission meeting that we have, that is the opportunity to have a further discussion with full commission for all of the topics and recommendations? Is that just for one meeting?
So we will go through the report. Commissioners can ask questions, have a discussion on the contents of the report. At the next meeting is where the ad hoc will present its final report, and then commissioners can make amendments or modifications or not accept or accept in full, whatever permutations at our following meeting next Wednesday.
Thank you.
City Attorney, if you could address Commissioner Thomas's question, please.
Sure. The short answer is no, you can't, consistent with the Brown Act, because you're at, I'll put it this way, maximum Brown Act capacity right now for an ad hoc. If you have another person who's...
No, I'm saying in lieu of me.
Yeah, but I understand. The problem is the number of people right now is the maximum that could have been talking about anything outside of a real Brown Act meeting. And even if we substitute you and then Commissioner Matt comes in, she'll be the extra person that would put you to a majority of the entire commission, and we'd have it would be a full commission meeting at that point through a sort of serial communication, because you were in it before, and now she'll be in that part of that same discussion.
So since we switched the full commission meeting to an ad hoc committee meeting, why couldn't we do that and do that in the reverse? Switch the ad hoc committee to a full commission meeting.
So if you agendize it correctly in time, you absolutely can, right? So you could decide, we're not going to have the ad hoc meeting. We're going to, on bare minimum 24 hours notice on the agenda, agendize it as a full commission meeting, and that would be fine. I know that the ordinances that created this body said try to do 5 days if you can, but that was, aspirational isn't the right word, but that's a desire. But legally, you could go down to 24 hours notice under the Brown Act.
It's ultimately a choice of Chair Stein. I think it's just do a raise of hands, see where everybody is. Well, it's not official action.
neighborhood council expert just said that we could do a hybrid meeting, a special meeting, and it could be hybrid, and then we would be able to. A special joint. Go ahead. Go.
A special joint of the full commission and the ad hoc, but with the ad hoc being the only one that has voting power. If you're around the Brown Act application.
Can that happen?
So, for people at home who are listening in, the question is, could we put out an agenda with at least 24 hours notice that creates this kind of commission ad hoc hybrid? You could, at that point, I think it'd just be a plain old commission meeting because you'd all be there. So really it would be a commission meeting, which you can agendize consistent with the Brown Act, as long as the agenda with the appropriate descriptions comes out at least 24 hours in advance on a special meeting.
And so who would be responsible for making that decision? Would that be Ray? Would that be Ted?
That would be, for the commission, that would be the chairman of the commission as a whole.
Okay. So that is my recommendation. I think it solves the problem, because other than that, I won't be there. So
I hope you're not clapping that he won't be there. I like him being there.
Clapping because I want more people to drop out.
All right. I think we're done with the process questions. If we can move through the report, please.
We can just have, how many commissioners we need to leave?
Well, let's do.
I think, Chair, if I may recommend, I would say, first let the commissioners who are not on the ad hoc ask questions, perhaps, and then ad hoc committee members can, of course, answer, again, back to Alpha. Why did this, what was your thinking on moving forward with Alpha, if you want to have the discussion? Again, it's a discussion today, deliberation with possible action next week. So even something, again, back to Alpha that might be on today's report might be moot on Saturday if the ad hoc committee says, you know what, we just don't want to do Alpha anymore. So, but again, it's up to the commissioners how much you want to discuss right now. Happy to address things. I know and Commissioner Sine asked me to address this. I've said probably at half the meetings that, of the commission, as staff, we're going to continue to iterate and improve and try to find new ways to engage and have meetings and improve processes. And we worked with Chair Stein, and Chair Stein said, with us all brainstorming from Paris, and I thank you for that, sir, to ask commissioners on that ad hoc committee if they wanted to frame the discussion around motions. And we sent out an email earlier last week asking commissioners if they had motions. We talked to some of the commissioners and said motions would be a great discussion starting point. And then, of course, you've got a motion that says A, B, and C. And it just frames the conversation, and that's what it did on Saturday. It framed the conversation. Permutations, again, happen around that. I don't like A, I wanted to add D and E. Friendly amendments were made, accepted and not accepted. Amendments were made, accepted, pass and not pass. There were tie votes. That is absolutely how commissions and Brown Act bodies work all the time, is based on motion. So it was an attempt to structure it differently, worked with commissioners. Commissioners took drafts and made it their own and made modifications.
Took drafts and made it their own?
Yeah, their drafts, yeah.
So you're admitting that you...
Yeah, so
that's why the font is the same. So you've been yelling. So you guys have been alienating the community, and the community is right.
Commissioner, if I can finish. Worked with each commissioner, said, hey, would you like to work on...
You didn't work with me?
And
on the motion?
Talked it out on the phone, sent them their language that we talked about, and commissioners worked with that language And by the time they got to the meeting on Saturday, they had variations of it and different ideas and thoughts. It exactly framed. They did. Commissioners, thank you for working with us. Thank you for trying this new iteration. I won't be shamed into working and saying that it was bad to work with commissioners to help them try something different at the
Justin, that's pretty slick, but I'm not buying any of it. Until there's an ex parte motion to find out what conversations are taking place with staff, I have no motivation whatsoever to hear the justifications after the fact. It was clear. I mean, it was just clear.
You got the email request as well, correct?
I don't know if I did.
Okay.
I don't know if I did. I didn't read it. If I did get it, I didn't read it.
You don't read all my emails?
I really don't.
We're gonna have words about that later.
It's nothing personal.
It felt personal.
No, it's nothing. Well, I mean, it's nothing personal. The reality is that there's some things that you just don't need to try to justify because it makes it worse. There's some things that you just don't need to. It makes it worse. And I don't think that that's understood around this little curvature, but I've talked more than enough. I'm not going to say anything else.
Are there any commissioners who were not on the ad hoc who would like to ask any questions?
No questions, just comments. At the next commission meeting, if that's more appropriate, or today, I intend to make 3 or 4 different motions for all of the link recommendations to be taken up one by one, for all the issues related to police reform to be taken back up one by one, all the issues for Community Forestry Advocacy Committee, all of their recommendations to be taken back up, as well as all recommendations from the Black Workers Center as well.
And I'll be making a motion about the Freedmen's Bureau. You gonna work with me, Justin?
I'm sorry, what?
Any, Commissioner Mack?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I totally agree with Commissioner Fuentes' remarks. I would like to see both the link and police accountability recommendations go through and talked about one by one. But I think next is a comment and a question for Ad Hoc Committee. Would like to hear a little bit more about the thought process of disposing the link recommendations. We heard from them from Van Nuys, and I personally thought that the presentation was one of the best presentations that I felt resonated with the community. And they also provided, although it wasn't in front of us, provided red line edits that I felt like was helpful with our timeline of, getting charter language drafted. So that's my personal opinion. Would love to hear thought process on that. That's one. And then second, would love to hear the thought process of packaging up the police accountability reforms versus kind of going through line items. And the recommendations that were provided by community members, those are all 13. And so wanted to hear kind of the thought process of doing both of those things from Ad Hoc Committee members.
Can I add something to the question about Link? Noting that there are a number of neighborhood council related recommendations in the Sanchez Meza motion to move forward with reforms of neighborhood councils. How are those distinct from Link recommendations that argue many of the same issues?
That's a good point. I'll just say that, I mean, there are Link recommendations that are, for example, I believe Link recommended a 2-year budget. That is moving forward. That was voted to move forward, for example. So to say that the motion, yes, was to move, was to dispose, but there were other recommendations in 2-year budget, for example, that Link is supporting that the commission has so far moved forward. And neighborhood councils as well.
And then I will add for the Commissioner Sanchez motion, those were recommendations that were more technical in nature and proposed by Dunn that were separate from the link recommendations.
And just a clarification, so we take out the discrete motions that are different from other ones that have been proposed, but then if there's overlap with other proposals, we'll list them as a supporter. So for example, 2-year budget, that reform, they're listed as a supporter on that one, but the bucket of Lank recommendations were all the Lank recommendations that were unique to Lank and have not been presented before.
Commissioner Lewis?
So, hopefully I don't throw us off too much here, but as it relates to the ad hoc report here, the Better Government Committee meeting was last held on January 8th. When I saw the proposed disposed reforms related to better government, it threw me for a loop because for me it wasn't consistent with what we discussed or where we landed during that meeting on 1/8. So I like clarity. Maybe now is not the time, I don't know, but how did we move from where we landed on 1/8 to what made it to this report, particularly around the proposed disposed reforms? So there's that. More broadly, listen to all the comments from commissioners, from those from the public, and coming into this process, I think I can probably speak safely for others here too. I mean, not under any, not delusional enough to think that we're gonna have a unanimous take on every issue, every proposal, recommendation laid on the table. I can't get, if I could just give you some real talk, I can't get my homies and my family in the same room, 10 of them, and get us to all feel the same way about any one issue or person. I don't know about y'all, but that's true for me. So I certainly don't expect it in this process. Having said that, I think the ad hoc committee was proposed and implemented. I believe it was well intended given the timeline we're working with. Having said that, it seems pretty clear to me that the expediency of this whole process is resulting in something that is inherently flawed, and clearly, I'd say, based on the overwhelming volume of negative responses to what's been proposed, that this process isn't one that is all that trustworthy for the public. So having said all of that, I don't know if this will be controversial or not. I'm certainly not trying to be. I just want to ask a really basic question of all of us. What is driving the need to do this right now? Could we conceivably have done this or do this in 27 or 28? If we're rushing through it and it doesn't have the support of the people, there's no trust in the process, no trust in the results, why are we doing it right now? Now, if we take more time to do it, I start off by saying, I can't get my homies and my family to agree on everything. Doesn't mean if we do this a year, 2, 5 years from now that people are still not gonna be happy with everything. I'm good with that. But I'm really struck by the overwhelming response of, the overwhelming pushback, I would say. Makes it pretty clear to me that there's an issue with trust here. Way, way, way back when, I think the first meeting we had when I talked about what's driving me to serve on this commission is wanting to really do the will of the people and represent the people. And I know some of you, probably all of you, are really savvy out there, probably know more about me than I know about myself, probably forgot some things about myself. I have no agenda here other than wanting to rep my people and my community. I agree with James on this chart, Commissioner Thomas, I'll say.
You can call me James.
Can I call you Jim? This chart here really resonates with me when I look at the implications for the black community in terms of representation here, in making the argument for PRCB with either 3 representatives per district or 5. I mean, that's telling for me. So I'll be transparent unapologetically and tell you I'm opposed to any recommendations that I feel like quell the voice of the black community. Just straight up, I don't apologize for that. I won't speak on it as eloquently as Jim over there.
You did.
But this really resonates with me for that reason. Beyond all of that, I'm sitting here questioning, concerned about whether just the process, as well intended as we're trying to be, if it's just inherently flawed because we're just doing it too fast, just to put it as simply as I can. And if there is a way at all that we could do it, continue the work, but do it later.
And I would like
Question / comment.
Yeah, and I would like to say that regarding proportional ranked choice voting, when we voted on that, we didn't realize.
You say we, who's we?
The Ad Hoc Committee. It was brought up after the fact that they needed to go together.
I brought that up, just to clarify.
Yeah.
I did specify that.
Yeah, and this is the thing. It doesn't work without it. It just doesn't work without it. It doesn't get at, unless what we're trying to do is not have representation from black people in API, and I'm leaning towards that's what we had. That's the road we on.
I like calling you Jim now. I want to do that. Can I clarify? That is an issue for me, clearly. But my broader concern, my major concern is just the process itself, and if it's inherently flawed, just given the timeline we have.
Right.
And why are we bound to that timeline? I have some sense of that, but would it be, would our chances for having more community support for this and having the resulting charter be more grounded, more rooted in community sentiment? Will we have a better chance of that if we did it later? Continue the work. So I don't want to say we stop or pause, but I know we're under the gun to get it done, April-ish or so we can go to ballot in November. I get all that. Say again? Yeah.
But that's
just playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah. No. But
why do we have to vote on it in November?
Well, because that's one of the reasons that we can bypass the Ad Hoc Committee and have these deliberations with the full commission, and then we could vote, as opposed to having the middleman, because it doesn't make sense. Because if what we're saying, and again, I'm listening to what is being said. Justin just said to us that you said if A, we may be, we may not even be talking about that because it gets voted down during the Ad Hoc Committee. So either we're voting things down in the Ad Hoc Committee and it's permanent, or we're not. And I think that's what people don't trust, because there are folks who are telling us to appease us that we can bring these things back. But the pushback and all of the orchestrating that has happened does not in any way give the indication that that is going to happen. And most certainly, the folks on the Ad Hoc Committee, with maybe the exception of a few of us, know that that ain't the plan to bring this back. And if we're going to bring this back to the full commission, why is it not with the full commission before? Why is it not there now?
Well, my understanding, and please someone feel free to push back. My understanding is that just in terms of it being feasible or practical, given the time frame we have. The ad hoc, I believe, was originally proposed just because we can't fit with so many meetings into so much time. You know, given that we all have lives outside of this, so we were trying to do what was practical, I think. And I'll look at Commissioner Stein, because I think he's the one who initially proposed
Yes.
it. So I think I'm accurate in terms of the rationale for it. So I do believe it was well intended, but again, I think just the
But
time
I think it was
frame-
hijacked. I think it was well intended, but I think it was hijacked. You
That's
know,
fair.
That's
fair.
what I think it was hijacked. But in the end, the conclusion is still the same. Things are going to come before the full commission. And it doesn't make sense that there has to be the middle guy. Because the middle guy, this entire meeting has been taking up space with what we did on Saturday, with what happened on Saturday. It's going to be the same thing the next time. And so to argue that this is more efficient and effective, Justin, right? You want to be efficient and effective. It's not efficient and effective.
If it is eroding public trust, then
it has
it's no
eroded
good.
public
That's
trust.
where I fall on it, just for the record. If it erodes public trust, then we shouldn't be doing it.
The only thing.
But what do we do as an alternative, given the time frame we're working with?
We switch the meeting to a full commission meeting, and we vote on the things then. And we have the community there. And we should give, and maybe we need to do our public comment a little bit different, because I wanted to ask questions. I mean, they have proven that they have expertise. And we have people in the room who have expertise. And so if I have a question as a commissioner, I wish I would have been able to say, with regards to proportional ranked choice voting, okay, so what's that? Because my concern, it was your concern. This is gonna hurt our community. It's gonna disenfranchise our community. Which is why I specifically said the arbitrary number of 23, even one of the chairs said that the threshold needs to be 25 if it's going to be something positive for black people. You answered that specifically, but we still voted 23. So that means, and that's an arbitrary number because none of us know what the magic number is. What that virtually says is, you don't care about hearing about black people. You don't value the voices of black people. Now that's just black people, but that's API folks too.
If I may, what also strikes me is, quite troubling, is for us to have wiped out all of the neighborhood council's recommendations. If I was involved in that work in one of the neighborhood councils, I'd be ticked off too. I get that. Yeah, and so I don't understand how any of those recommendations didn't make the preliminary cut. I'm more in favor of, we can pass it on to the council and let them be the ones who have to deal with the consequences of not listening to the community. But I think for none of those to make the cut, preliminary cut.
And just to respond to that.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good.
When the ad hoc committee idea was presented, I believe my interpretation of what Commissioner Stein was putting forward was something almost like policy heavy, really diving into the issues and making the cuts in that way. So for the link recommendations to be just swept away is pretty bizarre and wild. No discussion. Yeah, no discussion whatsoever.
This is the crazy thing. I think it was a friendly motion to ask for diversity training of some sort of neighborhood councils, which I think it passed. Yeah, I know you do. 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 But what I find interesting is I don't think it's the neighborhood council that needs the diversity training. I think it's the commission that needs the diversity training. And so it's kind of ironic that we're pushing something on them and wanting something from them that we're not willing to do ourselves. And that's what's troubling. And even more, Commissioner, if you just had been there to see how black people were being disrespected in that meeting.
It's probably best I wasn't.
It's probably best you weren't, because you're a big guy, you know. I don't have to worry about the police. According to Norm Stampley, he says if you're short, you know, then they kind of leave you alone. So I think that's why I'm safe-ish, right? But you, brother, you would have a problem. So, but you know, and I say this, and I don't, you know, I'm really grappling from a very deep place in my heart. Martin Luther King's birthday, holiday, Black History Month, and we wipe away black voices. We wipe away API voices. We wipe away the voices of API. And one of the things that I continue to say in that ad hoc meeting is that every action that we seem to be excited to make in the ad hoc committee deals with government, not with the people. And so we have had the people come here and endure this to then only say, and we, according to Ted Stein, we're not qualified to make decisions on policing. I beg to differ because I used to investigate them. I know a little bit more about policing than folks want to give me credit.
And I used to get harassed by them quite often.
Well, of course. So we know a little bit, and this is the thing. For us to think this is okay, this is what I'm wrestling with. That we think this is okay in 2026. That we think it's okay that to say that immigrants have a right to legal representation after they've been beat up, after they've been kidnapped, after they've been traumatized, but to do nothing to stop it, to not say in the charter that the police have a responsibility to the citizens of Los Angeles who are represented through city council and the mayor's office. How can we allow the chief to just unilaterally say, I am not going to follow the law. I am not going to enforce the law that says that ICE has to take their mask off. There are businesses that won't let you come in with a mask on. And don't be a young black guy with the bandana. I just need to understand why this is not seen as, why you don't see that not dealing with these issues, you have blood on your hands.
Can I chime in really quick?
Yes.
Just to summarize, I don't have anything against anyone on this commission. I want that to be very clear. I have respect, utmost respect for everyone on the commission. I think we're all doing the best that we can do. And I don't mean to ruffle feathers at all, so apologies, Chair Mesa, he's my guy, Justin, and I don't pretend to know the hearts and minds of people, any kind of none of that, any malice intent. What I feel pretty strongly about is, I think just given the time frame, the expediency of all of this, I feel like it's that's what makes it inherently flawed. And that is what may result in some of the feelings that Commissioner Thomas has expressed, others here with us today, other commissioners even. So that's why I pose that question of what is driving the need to do this now.
Two commissioners. I haven't heard anybody else say they want to see this thing keep on going. Just two commissioners.
Commissioner Levine and then Commissioner.
I guess I'd like to understand the net effect. A previously composed Charter Reform Commission voted this committee into existence. The committee has made recommendations. Some may be good recommendations, some may be bad recommendations. That committee is time limited and will complete its work this Sunday. Saturday. At that point, and at any point in fact, this full commission can act concurrently to evaluate those recommendations. So the intent of the Ad Hoc Committee to prune may not even be met because this commission, the full commission, will still have the opportunity to evaluate every single link recommendation, every single recommendation related to police conduct, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think where I'm netting on this is let's begin those deliberations. The committee will make its final reports. That will provide us information about the sense of the individuals who voted on these items and some sense of some deliberation that's happened, which is a data point. And then this committee will be free to further evaluate on the policy merits, which I'm looking forward to. So I hope that is where this is going.
Well, inasmuch as that is true, that is not what has happened that's not what happened on Saturday. And in the end, I know activists speak. Somebody said, shut it down. City council meetings have been shut down. Police commissions have been shut down. They were not able to conduct business for the very same reason. Same things we're dealing with today. Because we think we can wrong the community and use rules to justify it. The decisions that we make have real consequences. Now again, I don't know if anybody has had a gun to their head who's on this commission. I don't know who has sat, who's had and for no reason. You fit the description of someone who committed robbery, but it was a female. So why are you stopping me? Why are you telling me that if I just breathe too loud, and I'm really praying under my breath, but if I just breathe too loud, my brains are going to be splattered all over the street? That's a quote. I came to Los Angeles because I was investigating police, and my mother asked me, leave this town, they will kill you. That's how I got here. So I don't know what anybody else's experiences are. But if you have not experienced that, if you have not experienced the kind of Gestapo tactics that are common in policing, wherever it exists, then maybe you need to abstain from voting. Maybe this is not a decision that you need to be trying to make. You need to abstain. This is not going away. And we are not elected officials, and we are not protected. We got LAPD back here now, not to suggest that the community is going to do anything, you know, because they're not violent, they're just peaceful. They protest, and protests are always peaceful. I don't need to put that in front of it. But I don't know about y'all, I've been to people's houses before. I went to Jackie Lacey's house. Twice. Because she was only giving the death penalty to black and brown folks. Because she had gang enhancements for black and brown folks. Because she refused the entire time that she was in office to meet with the very people who LAPD was killing. She said, and I quote, "They yell at me. If you kill somebody's innocent child and all you get is yelled at, then that's a good day for you." These decisions have real consequences. Real consequences. And as I said to my dear friend, Mr. Stein, my picture, it made me the poster boy for the minister to be hurt by ICE. That's what that NPR article did in my eyes. And I'm glad that my mother is dead, because it would have brought back too many memories. I've had to sit with my family and talk to them about the work that I do. If, God forbid, I were to have that fate, what would y'all say? What would you say? Don't come to my funeral because I'm getting up out the casket. I'm just saying. These decisions have real consequences. Do you all think I'm saying what I'm saying because I'm trying to grandstand? Because I'm trying to get attention? I don't know what y'all think. But if you haven't held a mother's hand while you tried to come up with the words to try to comfort her because her son has been killed, and they were so careless, so hypervigilant, that they jumped out of the car and forgot to put the car in park, and the car ran over this young man. And for 6 hours or more, they held the mother back so that she could not console her son. And they did not take the car off him until his torso was completely torched. 6 hours. And the only thing that that mother could say was, "Please, don't let that car mess up my son's beautiful face." As I'm trying to console her, I'm fighting back the tears. If you ain't seen that, then you need to sit out on this one. And you can tell the powers that be, I didn't vote for it. This is not okay. Black people do not deserve to be treated this way. We don't deserve it. And I'm tired of acting as if it doesn't exist. I'm tired of pretending. I know what that was Saturday. I've been doing this anti-discrimination, anti-black hate work for a long time. I know it when I see it. Now, was it deliberate? I don't know your heart. But I'm telling you, the perception that I got from what happened. And if you don't care, you don't have to. But there are a lot of people who do care, because I've been getting the phone calls. I've been getting stopped on the street. I've had people say, "We're sorry," because myself and Mrs. Murray looked like we was trying to swim upstream. It wasn't right. It wasn't right. And meeting on Saturday is not going to make it right unless it's the full commission. It's just not. We need to honor the voice of the people. That's what we need to do. An up or down vote on all of these issues. We didn't deliberate on those issues. Y'all put forth motions. We didn't deliberate. We had discussion. My understanding is that that's not a deliberation. That's a discussion after a motion has already been made. Nobody presented anything about, I think I was one of the few people that put forth some real data on policing. Totally ignored. And if I'm competent enough to critique the chief of police's, and I'm talking about Willie Williams, his fake community policing, if I'm competent enough to investigate police for discrimination and harassment and brutality to the point where they're fired, and I am chided by my mother and my family to leave Champaign, Illinois, and come to Los Angeles, California, to then find myself sitting in front of Rodney King, to find myself in the room that dismissed both Willie Williams and Daryl Gates. It was city council that played a role in that, and the mayor that brought that about. To talk to the chief on a regular basis, unfortunately. To know that he has influence over that, whatever they're called, tribunal, whatever they are. We shouldn't be talking about the chief's ability to fire people because he already has it. It's just kicking, it's just playing ping pong. We have a police commission. It means nothing. It means nothing. It's a waste of time. As a matter of fact, activists get arrested for coming to the police commission giving public statement. They get arrested. And we are representing the community. Everything that we decided that day, or did not decide on, were things that represent the interest of elected officials. I don't know what the mayor thinks or feels. But I know to make this, if the community is convinced that we are, and I've said this before, if the community is convinced that we are the arm of the mayor, doing the bidding of the mayor, and Ted, I know you're not. We are sunk. And if I'm the mayor, I'm looking very closely at who is helping to sink me. I'm just saying if I'm the mayor. I'm looking very closely with regards to who's trying to sink me. And so the help, the Hail Mary that she's thrown in terms of who she appointed to the police commission, it's my fraternity brother. I know him very well. He's a great guy, but that's a Hail Mary. And then on the heels of that, we now unilaterally get rid of police accountability. Look, black people, look who I appointed, a great black man. He's on the commission. He wouldn't be the first great black person to be on that commission. The question is, how long will he stay? It's been a revolving door. This is an opportunity once and for all to enshrine in the Constitution, which is, that's what this is. It's the Constitution of the city. Equity, diversity, and inclusion. From the San Fernando Valley to South Central LA, to Koreatown, Chinatown. This is an opportunity for us, not for city council, not for the mayor, but for us, to say this is who we are. I don't know who they are. They have political interests. They're elected officials. They may be good people too. Maybe this is what happens when you get dropped in that process. But is this how we want to be represented? I don't. That's why I'm not going to come to if there is an ad hoc committee, I'm not coming. Because I don't want anybody to look at that video and feel like, somebody said I was, they were like, oh, well, you were, Ted grabbed your arm. Well, me and Ted, I love Ted. But I don't want anybody to misconstrue. I am very passionate, I am loud, I am long-winded, I'm all of those things. But I'm not an angry person, and I'm not an evil person. But I am somebody who loves you enough to tell you the truth. And that's all I've been sitting here doing. Everything that has come out of my mouth, if I didn't care about you, I wouldn't say anything, I'd just let you implode. And that's for everybody here. If you're not doing anything that you shouldn't be doing, then stop making it look like you are. If you are above board, stop making it look like you're not. That's all I'm saying. And the easiest way to do that is just say, okay, we're gonna have a full commission meeting. We're gonna affirm the neighborhood council, they made the suggestion. Why can't we just do it? And see what happens.
You can even just start with something non-controversial, like planning and infrastructure.
Like capitalizing neighborhood councils, not really so controversial.
Instead, you're gonna have your meetings shut down on
Commissioner
Saturday.
Thomas,
And the motion on
I want to make
Wednesday
sure you're
should be,
able to conclude your
vacate
remarks.
everything.
Okay.
Vacate
Are there
every
any
single
other commissioners who would like to
recommendation. That's
make
what's
remarks?
gonna happen on
Commissioner
Wednesday.
Mack.
Vacate every single recommendation.
I'm going to go back to Commissioner Lewis' question and kind of share my comments and thoughts on that. I think pretty early on in the commission process, I also asked myself that same question is, do we have to do it for this ballot? Or what is the time bound? So I think because a lot of the time the reaction that we get when we're having these discussions is, oh, there's just not enough time. And so I found myself asking that same question, so valid. I think what I'm hearing from the public today, though, is the issue is, well, yes, time, but the actual issue is the recommendations that the community provided that all of our committees took up were not reflected in the discussion in the ad hoc committee on Saturday, and that is actually where the mistrust is starting. And so I think going back to my initial question, we talked a little bit about length, but really want to circle back then to the personnel and budget, because that was the chair that the committee that I was chairing, going back to that, there was a substantial amount of public comment today asking, and also just comments on the 13 recommendations and why that wasn't discussed, and instead it was a package motion. And so I wanted to hear a little bit more about that from the ad hoc committee members, but also sharing my insights as the chair. The reason why we set forth all 13 recommendations wasn't because we didn't have enough time. It was because all 13 recommendations were made by community members from LA Forward, Ground Game, Legal Women Voters, California Catalyst. Some of the council members came to talk to our communities as well. And so these recommendations were not created by staff. It wasn't really just out of the blue. It came from the community. And because of that, I think our committee, all three of us, really felt like all 13, we owe the community and the public to have conversations. Even if it's just going through the 13s and saying yes and no, I think just the fact that that wasn't in the discussion, because I did watch the recording, it was pretty disappointing to see that it didn't, like all of the different items didn't, were discussed individually. And that is something I personally want to see, because as I heard from community, it was one that I felt like the public really showed up. We had probably the most public comments and the folks show up for our committee meetings, and so I thought there was value in having all of those conversations. And so I'm gonna stop and see if there's any reactions from the ad hoc committees in terms of thought process around that package, but also I think addressing then kind of what the community was saying in terms of wanting to bring up and talk about all 13 recommendations.
And Commissioner Mack, you should know that that is not how we did it the first time. The first time we went line by line. This time, it was packaged.
And,
yeah.
And I was just gonna say, if there was a reasoning for that, I would like to hear that, but also I think sharing my insights as the chair of the committee, that was what our committee, well, that was the intentions of why we forwarded all 13. And it wasn't because we didn't have the expertise. I really think the community has expertise, and we spent hours listening to presentations. I'm sure all the other committee members did as well for their topics. And so I think I'm just saying that I feel like we owe it to the committees and our work, but also the work of the community who really were working on a fast timeline to get us recommendations to even have baseline a conversation regarding the police reform, accountability reforms.
Commissioner Mack, I will answer some of the questions that you have with some considerations that I've kind of viewed a lot of the different recommendations through. Number one is, it has always been, and I've always articulated, and always been aware that whatever the ad hoc committee decides goes back to the full commission. And like I have said numerous times, I think one of the great strengths of this commission is everyone's independence and everyone's ability to really speak for the issues and stances that they have. This is where I am at on some of the ways I've been navigating The process. I am one of the people who also am concerned about the timeline, and that concern has manifested in a way where I do believe we need fewer than more recommendations. The number, I mean, look, we can tell the number is going to be decided by this group. There is nothing predetermined about what's going to happen. And if someone had something predetermined, I would challenge them to find 7 votes on this commission.
Well, you keep finding them. Keep finding them. I mean,
but I would like to.
Come on,
Commissioner Thomas, I would really like to speak without being interrupted.
I apologize.
And so
But you look like you were talking to me. I didn't even ask the question. She did.
I think I'm just looking in the
Okay.
journal. Yeah,
I'm just saying.
I think the intent was very clear with the ad hoc, that the ad hoc was, and there's been numerous phrases and words used both on the commission and publicly: prune, purge, dispense. It was clearly stated that the ad hoc would go through recommendations,
but we didn't.
Go through recommendations and remove some. You asked a question on the process, and Justin answered it earlier. Now, whether or not people want to accept the answer, I will reiterate it. The staff sent an email to all members of the ad hoc committee prior to the meeting saying that the chair has requested that people come forward with motions in order to make the meeting more efficient. Now, whether or not it was more efficient is different, but that, and people can CPRA like the emails. So like it will show when it was sent, who it was sent to, everything. So multiple commissioners, including myself, went to work on motions, such as I have previously went to work on motions throughout this entire process. Whether or not commissioners choose to exercise their rights as members of the ad hoc is up to them. Motions can be put forward, and commissioners have the ability to put forward amendments. Some did, some did not, some were successful, some were not. And those elicited conversation. So I wanted to answer your question on the process. I wanted to answer your question on some of the ways I viewed it, because the ordinance as established, as the city attorney or Justin, says that basically we're dissolved 2 months after we send our final recommendations. And we have until, I think it's April 2nd or 4th to send our final recommendations. So unless there is an act by council, then this commission is dissolved. And that has been driving the timeline, as you all know. But I wanted to answer the question that Commissioner Lewis has raised that you have also echoed.
So maybe we need to talk to the council.
I would also like to continue.
I'm sorry.
Again, it is going to be up to a majority, which is 7 or more members of the full commission, to decide how many recommendations we advance. I genuinely do not want to go through, because we all have records of what has transpired here, including who voted for the ad hoc committee, who voted for the committee structure, who voted for the bylaws. It is all there and public record. And so what I will tell you is that I have heard the feedback from commissioners, and I appreciate you sharing it.
Well, let me just tell you what the process was. Since we're talking about the process, you know what the process was on police reform? If Commissioner Murray had not gone to her phone and read each one of them.
Y'all didn't have printed copies in front of you? Of the
Did-
13 recommendations?
If we did, I didn't see them.
You had a copy, sir, from your committee.
Well, this is the thing. If we did, again, sometimes it's good to not think somebody's coming for you, because then you make them come for you. What I said, whether I had a copy or not, what was clear in that meeting was that we were relying on Commissioner Murray reading what she had on her phone. You didn't ask Commissioner Murray, did she have a copy? Again, there was no deliberation. It was read. The motion was already prepared. They knew they were going to do it. And I would even argue that they knew they had the votes to do it. And that this entire ad hoc committee was set up to be able to have the votes to push through whatever it is our chair wants. And I don't understand, if there was no room for Commissioner Mack to sit on the ad hoc committee, I don't understand why the chair would have double the power. If the chair was going to sit on the ad hoc committee, and I guess he couldn't, what I'm saying is he is the chair of the commission. He determines what goes on the agenda and what does not. But he is the co-chair of the ad hoc committee by default. That don't seem right to me. And I know that my friend Commissioner Stein had to fight for me to be on the ad hoc committee. And when I mentioned that Commissioner Mack should be on the ad hoc committee, I was told, well, she'd take your spot. That's what I was told. And what I'm trying to understand is why that's a need. The truth is, the concentration of power, with all due respect to you, Chair Mesa, you should not have been on the ad hoc committee, and we wouldn't have this problem. Commissioner Mack, like all the other chairs, should have been on this ad hoc committee. You can say all day long, well, we wanted you on here because you know about police reform, but you didn't listen. You wasted my time. There was no reason for Commissioner Mack to not be asked. There was no reason for Commissioner Mack to have to fight to get police reform on the agenda. There was no reason for us to have to get hundreds of letters, more than we've gotten from about any other issue, in order to get on the agenda. There was no reason, there was no reason that I had to bring the black-led groups in order for them to be here. That this commission was willing to not hear from black people. Deliberately making our issues, the issues that are important to us, last, so that you can then say we don't have time to deal with it. It was a setup from the beginning. Every other chair was poised and prepared to talk about what was discussed in their committee, except mine. Except mine. And we still ain't trying to fix it. Why would Commissioner Stein have to fight for me? What that suggests is that maybe somebody does not like, did not want me on the Ad Hoc Commission. No one has said that to me. And then why are discussions taking place about me that if Commissioner Stein did not inform me, I would not know about? And Commissioner Stein did not tell me who he was talking to, so y'all don't have to, I could probably wrangle it out of him, but I'm not going to because it's not important. You cannot, as a government entity, treat people differently. You can't do the one what you don't do for the other. You can't. And that's what's been happening.
Commissioner Thomas, are your remarks concluded at this point? Commissioner Levine.
I just want to ask one more thing before Commissioner Levine. I was told that staff wants me to succeed. That's what I was told. I don't know what that means. Did anybody else get that memo? Did I want you to succeed? I don't understand. I was told that some of my things were getting through. They're not my issues. They're the community. I don't represent myself. I wish people would take themselves out of the equation and understand it's not about me. I'm very clear on, I'm not making friends on this commission by the people that are in charge of this city. I don't care. Because I thought I was charged with the responsibility of bringing forward the concerns of the people of Los Angeles. And so, whenever anyone in my life has told me that they want me to succeed, they've always had a dagger in my back. Now, I'm not saying that that's the case, but I'm telling you, anytime it is a buzzword, it's a dog whistle to black people. It's a dog whistle. Oh, I just want you to succeed. I want to do everything to make sure that you're a success. Black folk know that means I'm orchestrating a plot against you to push you out. Now, I'm not saying that that was the case in terms of when I heard this. But if you don't know if you don't know the perceptions of people, you don't have to agree with their perception, but you can acknowledge them. You can affirm them. They could even be wrong. But if there's no malice associated with whatever you're doing, you're just wrong. There's no malice associated with my relationship with Ted. I just think Ted is wrong. Who, Ted? Tell me what? Yeah, he did.
I didn't hear Carlos.
I said, did Ted tell you that about the staff?
No, he didn't tell me that part. He didn't tell me he didn't tell me about wanting me to succeed, that came from staff. But what
Through
I said-
Ted.
Huh?
Through Ted.
No, that wasn't through Ted. What was through Ted was he had to fight for me to be on the ad hoc committee. And I'm just trying to understand why.
At this point, could we move on to the other items that are on the agenda? I think that
This is the most important thing to talk about. You could just, in the ad hoc committee.
excuse me, we're the ones that are handling this, not you, Mr. Kwan.
Are you?
I'm Commissioner Levine in the queue, and then I do want to see if there's any other commissioners that would like to make remarks before we move on. Commissioner Levine.
I have a question that returns to my previous point. Once the ad hoc committee has concluded its business, what will the rules be that will govern the debate of this commission? How will this commission take up recommendations by the ad hoc committee? Will we have theme days for the individual committees that presented previous to the ad hoc committee? What will that process be?
You've been asking for that for a month.
So the Commissioner Stein's going to go into more detail. It will certainly be parliamentary procedure.
Sorry, go ahead.
What I'm intending, Jason, would be to try to find consensus at the beginning of the meeting on Saturday on issues that, well, James isn't going to come, which hopefully I can talk him into changing his mind.
Talk me into staying.
Okay, I know I talked you into staying last time, and I thought it was a good thing.
It wasn't.
Okay.
Good.
Anyway, taking out the soliloquy between us, take up issues that there's pretty close to unanimity on. Do that quickly so that we know no matter what happens afterwards, that those can go immediately to the full commission. We will, as our chair will do, he will schedule it, he will agendize it, and hopefully we will be able to get through all of the issues on a prioritized basis. But at least if we can get through some of the ones where there's more unanimity on.
How will we know?
We'll most likely be planning an infrastructure where there's been a broader consensus.
Right, and the city attorney and other, but just let me answer Jason. That will, if the full commission ratifies what the ad hoc has done, because we are so far behind, and therefore staff can start writing up the motions and be able to present them to us so that we will be able to redline them, send them back to staff to do it. I mean, time is very short, and I appreciate what everybody said tonight. But if council doesn't grant an extension, which I think there's not a chance and you know what of that happening, we'll never get through the business that we were assigned to do. So let's at least try to get through the major business that we have a closer unanimity about. I promised Mr. Thomas that from my point of view, and I can only speak for myself, that I would suggest that police reform will go to the full committee. If he would show up on Saturday, I would know that I have a second vote on that. And I'm sure there will be a third vote on that. And if there's only 5 of us, that will move it forward.
Why would we do that Saturday?
I'm not answering to you, Rob.
I'm not asking you a question. I'm trying to get them to understand.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer a fellow commissioner's question. So basically, it is a situation of trying to move as much forward so staff can start preparing that and get us back to us, because at some point we're going to run out of time. And at that point, it goes to council. Council might tell us, go pound sand. They don't like any of the recommendations, but that's up to them.
So I have a request of the chair.
Which chair, ad hoc or the chair of the commission?
The chair of the commission. My request of the chair is that there be consideration given to the way in which deliberation, because Mr. Thomas wisely pointed out the difference between deliberation and discussion, is conducted over the course of the remaining meetings between now and April 2nd, which are few. In terms of when and how we will take up these issues, I think that what we have been talking about this evening in one form or another for the last 4 hours and 45 minutes has been process. And what I've heard consistently from commissioners has been that there is a lack of insight and line of sight to process. And so, being new to this group, getting to know all of you, I believe that it would be prudent for there to be a transparent process to these commissioners about how we will proceed, both because the commissioners deserve the process, but because in order for us to move through the vast quantity of deliberations and discussions that need to happen between now and April 2nd, clarity will help us move with alacrity. Those are my comments.
If I may add on to that, to invoke Rob Kwan, I do think that we need to have a really, I've been asking for this for weeks actually. I cleared my February schedule thinking that we would have these meetings Tuesdays and Thursdays every week in February. So I won't be there next Wednesday because I cleared Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I would just like, from this point forward, if staff or the chair or whoever has agenda setting power, please deliberate actually like specify which days we're meeting going forward. I understand that we might have to add meetings, but obviously the 7 on our calendar are far fewer than what we will be meeting with. So I would like, if possible, to have our calendar done ASAP.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of things will be dependent on actions. Staff needs to have clear direction on, be it next Wednesday or an immediately subsequent next meeting on moving forward on recommendations to get charter language. Our window to write is shrinking by the day. The desire to add to the list must be suppressed. For example, if there's like a new idea tomorrow that somebody wakes up and is like, oh my gosh, we're gonna put this in. That's gonna take, that's gonna take time. If like a brand new idea, I give the farcical example of like we need to buy LA needs to buy the Golden Gate Bridge. That's gonna take a lot of time to research. So I just wanna say, and even on Wednesday, if the commission makes recommendations on Wednesday to send things for further review and charter language, we're going to have a huge list to look at and deal with at that point, and we might have to have a little break between the next commission meeting because we won't have much to bring back. And then and I'll sketch this out with the chair. Absolutely. Then we'll bring back probably things in tranches / themes. Infrastructure theme, government structure theme. I'm just, we'll come back with charter language, and you'll be able to see this is how, for example, this is how we would write up. This is the easy one. A council district, increasing the council district to X. That we'll write that up. That's an easy one because there's like 3 places maybe in the entire charter. But on bifurcation, for example, that will take a little more time to write up. So we'll have to space out based on what our schedule of deliverables will be to you, and you won't be able to deliberate. To emphasize that word, deliberate, which is definitely different to some extent than discussion, because deliberate means you're voting, and we need you to vote on things. The magic number is 7. 7, 7, 7, 7. Nothing moves forward without 7. I hear a lot of talk about great ideas, but get me 7 votes on those ideas, and I will get you charter language. That is my charge to you.
I have a follow-up, and I know that there are 4 of you, and there are obviously a lot of amendments on the table to the charter. And if if our problem is we can't have too many meetings because you don't have time to turn around from Thursday to Tuesday,
certainly.
can we hire people?
Yeah, we are bringing in more people. We're getting some departments, like for example, planning is writing stuff already for us. That's, you know, they're having that ready. We're gonna take, once this commission makes, hopefully next week, some decisions on moving, we'll then take a holistic look as, you know, and that will take more than a day. That will take a few days to, you know, to graph out what we're working on, how much time things gonna work on, who's working on it, which departments. Yeah, if that. So, but I will work with your chair, and we will get you some meetings will be placeholders, and just rock and roll with us, and we'll work as fast as possible. We want to get these things done with you. We're excited about getting these charter reforms done with you, and we're motivated to do it, but you need to give us that direction to do those reforms. 7 votes on anything.
Well, I will just add that the Freedmen's Bureau was brought up today. There is, you know, I do intend to put forward a motion about it, and there is absolutely no reason that there cannot be a decision on this, because there is a city-oriented report.
I just want to focus on what's in front of us right now, which is the ad hoc.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying I don't want to hear.
Yeah,
I'm just saying I don't want to hear next week.
Absolutely, talk to me later. Talk to me after
Okay.
about that, and we can talk. We can brainstorm on that. But I just want to focus on what's right here.
Okay.
We have dwindling time just tonight. It's getting to close to 9 p.m. And we still have another item. So I really like this commission to, you know, hopefully, you know, the request always on these things is receive and file report. Next week you'll deliberate, you'll make votes. I pray you'll send a good tranche of items our way for charter language. I don't get a vote. I just have to make it all happen for you. Help me make it all happen for you. Help.
2 hours ago, if these two would have.
Alright, so with all that being said, I'll leave it at that. Any other questions on the schedule? And the chair and I will work on that, and I promise we will get you that. And I apologize for some anxiety that it's causing. It's causing me anxiety also on getting that schedule to you all.
Yes.
And we will. Thank you so much.
I just had Commissioner Lewis in the queue, if that's okay, Commissioner Fuentes?
I'll go next.
Or do you want to? You're good? Okay, Commissioner Lewis. Fuentes, excuse me.
Okay. Awesome. I'll follow up with you offline about this as well, or online, I guess.
Sure.
Dissolving the ad hoc committee will be a motion that I'm putting forward.
Okay.
Commissioner Lewis.
2 weeks ago, he said we were going to be voting today. 2 weeks ago, he said we were going to be voting today. And unilaterally.
Okay,
moving on.
Commissioners, are there any other more remarks on item number 1?
One last remark on my end, if possible, Chair Meza.
Yes.
I just have to say this once, being one of the Asian commissioners on this body, I just wanted to publicly thank Commissioner Thomas for being the only one verbally acknowledging that there was an Asian Pacific Islander in the ad hoc committee just present. I think it's just a fact. None of you identify as API, and so I think just acknowledging that makes a difference. And I think just really thank you, Commissioner Thomas, for saying that publicly in our Personnel and Budget Committee, in the full commission meetings, and at your ad hoc committee. It meant a lot to me personally, as someone who cares about API representations generally around civic engagement, but also the fact that I am the only chair that's not on the ad hoc. That's fine, I get that nothing's perfect, and I know that the work continues going. I appreciate the work that you all put forward, but I think even just that acknowledgement would have made a difference in just us continuing to do the work. So I just wanted to voice that. So thank you, Commissioner Thomas, for continuing to say the things that I feel like really matters for public engagement and just community trust. So thank you.
I will need a motion to receive and file so that we can move to item number 2.
So moved.
I will second by Commissioner Stein. Is there any objection? All right, seeing none, the report is received and filed. We now move on to item number 2, a motion by Commissioner Fuentes on ex parte communication disclosure relative to commission staff. Commissioner Fuentes.
I don't think there's anything else I need to add to this or context given. The ad hoc committee says enough for itself as of the last meeting and losing a bit of public trust there. I think this is an important step to gain that back, hopefully, with your support.
Commissioner Thomas, you are the second. Are there any additional remarks?
I just hope that it's understood that this is not personal. Not at all. We need to take some action today. I have had to deal with the fact that we can't dissolve the ad hoc committee. I think it should be dissolved, but that the rules don't allow us to do that. The rules do allow us to put forward this initiative which will eliminate the noise, if that's what it is. If it's just noise, if it's not true, it's not going on, then there should be no reason that we wouldn't all vote yes unanimously. The only reason that we should have a problem with this is if we have in fact, or we intend to. And again, I want staff to talk to elected officials. I just want them to tell us. I don't want us pursuing things and getting all caught up when City Council have already told us what they're not going to do, what they're not going to go for. Now that doesn't mean that we don't continue to push, but we can't even organize a push if we don't know, if there is no conversation. So this is not about not talking to the mayor, not talking to City Council. This is not what this is about. To me, going back to the success talk, how can you be successful as the staff person and not engaging City Council and the mayor? You can't be. You're neither helping us or them. You could be telling them, you know, that Commissioner Thomas is on one about this. You should be telling them that. Because I'm gonna see him in the street. Like I saw Marquise, but I'm gonna leave that alone.
That wasn't a disclosure?
That was a disclosure. I didn't say anything, but I saw him doing the King Parade, and I deliberately just turned and walked the other way. I wasn't gonna have a conversation with him, but I was gonna say something, but I didn't do it, and so I didn't do it. I fought the urge, but I just would say, at least give a glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope to the people who have come out and who have supported the work that we're doing, and that is the people. By voting yes, so that all of us are responsible for the conversations that we have. And doesn't mean that you have to agree. You can agree with the mayor, city council, anybody you want to. We just need to know. Because if we knew about conversations that were taking place prior to this point, then we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be people wouldn't be riled up. This is really an unnecessary kind of, I'd rather be riled up about police reform than riled up about this. So, that's all.
Mr. Chair? if I may?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say, I take your point that it's not personal, and I think the commissioners, for the spirit of this, I definitely get where this is coming from, and I acknowledge that. I just want to say that we have the CPRA, the California Public Record Act, which this office and my team, we've been compliant with, and we've answered CPR requests already, and I'm sure more to come, and that's a part of the job that we all signed on to. 1,000%, second time working in a CPRA role. So, and in my previous role, I was in charge of handling CPRAs for the office. And that is a great tool, and I'll defend it. It's not an easy tool for the public, it's not an easy tool for the staff, but I'll defend it, and it is part of, you know, bringing things into the sunshine. This extra step of ex parte communication, I've already had staff members, both for elected officials and not for elected officials, because they are confused about it, tell me that they would be less likely, if not at all likely, to communicate with us. This will slow down our work. One, to explain to non-elected staff what the ex parte disclosure implications are and why it doesn't apply to them. That will slow down our work. We have expertise in council staff and the mayor's staff that we rely on weekly to convene departmental leadership. I'll be honest, early on, I needed mayor's staff to be on email threads so people would even reply to my emails. And it's not unique that I still have to do that sometimes. It was something that I learned working in the mayor's office. If somebody needed something, I'd say just CC me, that will elevate it. And hell, I had to do it, and I had to CC the mayor. Wasn't the email address that he got directly on his phone. People didn't know that, but people thought I had CC'd the mayor on an email, and sure as hell, I got a response quicker, and it is replicated here, definitely in the city of LA. It has sped up our work, and it has been helpful from day one to be partners on a lot of just getting a lot of work done on your behalf. I'll have to think of a new work plan. I will have to learn, and we will have to work as a team on adapting to what, because people will stop talking to us. There are also, quite frankly, people who like not to be, you know, there are council members who don't have their staff on their website at all because they're afraid of being doxxed, they're afraid of people harassing them, and those staffers, those expertise, those great public servers, civil servants appreciate flying under the radar for that, and they will stop communicating with us.
The folks at the Black Worker Center would love a job.
Sir, thank you so much.
Would love a job.
Thank you so much. So all those being said, it will slow down the work and it will affect the work that we were able to do. You know, there was talk about a number out there. I don't have a number of like how many things that I think we'll be able to get to council, but it will be diminished what we'll be able to accomplish on your behalf with this. So. Again, I understand it. I understand the impetus, but you know, this is my fourth job in public service. So I've had a lot of experience starting as a U.S. Peace Corps volunteer, working as a civil servant abroad, and there's a reason council didn't include this in their item when they implemented ex parte communication for the commission, is because they want to have us to do ability to do our job in the way that we were hired to do it. So the last thing I think I'll say to everyone, I don't know about you and your job, but I don't know how comfortable you would feel about posting who you talked to on a public website, what you said, what they said, and how long that conversation went. It's an uncomfortable situation for both people on that communication thread.
I would feel very comfortable with that because we know what we're signing up for. We're representing the public, and I appreciate you for also representing the public here and doing the good work. And I don't believe that was taken up in discussion when City Council brought forward the motion, but it should have been. So that's an oversight on their part.
I have Commissioner Levine in the queue. Commissioner Levine.
May I ask a question of the city attorney? Sorry to, anyway. I'm gonna ask what might be a dumb question, but I think it's important. Are there other commission, city staff who are subject to ex parte disclosure requirements?
Not that I know of.
Are there other city staff who are subject to ex parte disclosure requirements?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
So Justin, if I heard you correctly, you said that you've had to send emails back and forth with the mayor's office. So that constitutes discussion. So if there was an ex parte, if this passes, and you did that after this passes,
Yes.
then you would need to disclose those emails?
Yes. That's logical.
So
you would need to disclose that they occurred.
That they occurred, the content, who it was with. Yes.
So if we're saying as commissioners, and the community is saying that they have a problem with that, and they have a problem with that because they believe that that's happening, and you say that it's not. What I'm saying is that when the question is asked about, when we talk about ex parte, this is the first time that I've heard you say that you've been emailing the mayor back and forth. It's the first time I heard this.
Mayor's office. They have experts.
Yeah,
We've been arranging presentations.
Mayor's office, mayor, same thing. Tomatoes, tomatoes. Tomatoes, tomatoes.
I do not have this mayor's address. I have my own mayor's address.
If you're telling me that staffers are not on the website because they're afraid, right? I'm pretty sure the folks at the Black Worker Center would want to take that risk. So these are the people that made the cut, right? That were able to secure a job with the city. But they don't want, it's supposed to be transparent.
Commissioner Thomas, if I may, I think with the rise of political violence, I've been a congressional staffer, I've been a federal staffer. I completely understand why staff members at the mayor's office would not want to be disclosed on the website.
Get another job. Get another job. That job's not for you. That's the bottom line. The community needs to, I haven't been a congressional staffer. But I have experienced political violence twice because of this committee. So I'm sorry, I'm not buying that excuse. That's the same excuse that ICE is using. Oh, we're afraid. No, stop. If you do what is right by the people, if you represent the people are going to applaud you.
I mean, tell that to Nancy Pelosi's husband. Like this, that's
Nancy Pelosi's husband and Nancy Pelosi are not the only people that have suffered political violence. Martin Luther King suffered political violence.
Commissioners.
So no, before you cut me off, let me finish. Do you know the number of black people who were even killed and lynched for wanting to vote? Let alone So I'm sorry, you should not work for the city if you're scared. Just like you should not be a police officer if you're scared. Most of the violence that happened with police in urban communities is because police officers are afraid. And Deputy Chief Green had the courage to stand up and say it. So I don't want to hear it. Get you another job. If you don't want to be out there, or you don't want your face out there, activists' face are out there. Activists are arrested, coming to make public comment, and their lives are made to be difficult. I don't want to hear it. Get another job. There are enough people who are skilled enough to replace None of us, all of us are expendable. So just like I don't want to hear the police, I don't want to hear ICE saying, I got to wear this mask because I'm afraid, you don't need the job. I don't want to hear police saying, I'm afraid, you don't need the job. I don't want to hear elected officials saying. Political violence has been occurring. It's called the Ku Klux Klan. And some of them are elected officials. And so I don't want to hear it. Cry me a river. Black people experience domestic terrorism every single day. Every single day. But that is something that is ignored. Political violence, elected officials. My grandfather was lynched for winning a car. No N-word is going to drive a new car before us. So cry me a river. Don't run for office if you're scared. Or do the right thing and people will applaud you. Throw a little scripture out here. Scripture is very clear. When a righteous leader takes office, the people rejoice. When an unrighteous leader takes office, the people mourn. I don't want to hear it. Stop refusing to listen to the people and you won't have to worry about political violence.
The idea that political violence is anything
I'm gonna call the question, commissioners, I'm gonna call the question on the motion. The motion is to approve the commission, the motion is to approve Commissioner Fuentes' motion on ex parte communication disclosure relative to commission staff. Commissioner Mesa votes no. Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
Commissioner Stein?
No.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Andrades?
No.
Commissioner Fuentes?
Yes.
Commissioner Levine?
No.
Commissioner Lewis?
Can I flip a coin? So,
Commissioner Lewis, as we're in the middle of a vote, it's either yes or no. I'm sorry.
yes.
Commissioner Mack?
Yes.
Motion fails. The vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
I'd like to make an amendment.
The motion has failed. It is too late. Commissioner Fuentes, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll make another motion for the next meeting. Yes, hopefully it'll get agendized. And that'll be for an ex parte communication between any member of the LA City Charter Reform Commission staff and the mayor, the council president, or any member of the mayor or council president's respective staff regarding a matter pending, before the commission.
I would just ask that you send it in writing to me
I will.
when you're able to. Thank you. Within the prior to 72 hours of the next meeting.
Yes, I will send that once we leave here tonight. And I want to encourage my fellow commissioners that, sure, the city attorney provided his opinion, which we appreciate. A lot of these issues have to do with political power specifically, so it is helpful to know if we're looking to make recommendations about shifting power away from certain offices or towards others. I think it makes sense to make disclosures and receive them and ask for them.
We will have that discussion next week.
Perfect.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All right, without objection, we are adjourned.